guys.
I'm being repressed.
That's too much, man.
Don't be creepy.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
So hot right now.
Don't even play.
A what now?
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Jesus, I say that.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Come on.
Phrasing?
The problem here, the county needs to step up and own it and resolve it. Get this water.
Would you drop out? Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. Our guy's a good guy.
Everything are the same.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
climate and everything are the same word.
Well, there we are. Good to see you folks. I hope that you've been having a good day so far. Time for us to ruin that day. Just kidding. Alright, chat. Got a lot to talk about, so I better get right to it. Alright. Seems to be running decently well here. Mono first, So Life second, Aaron W third in YouTube chat. Disco Wolf foiled again in fourth, Aaron W in third twice. Dirk Gently, Del Sol Verde, Donald James X, Bob Carmody, Lady Badash. I see you all. And the other Bob. Okay, that's it for early shoutouts. Hope you're all having a great evening. I assume it's evening, or it could be day, or even morning. All the options are possible on Earth. By the way, what do you think about my thumbnail game today? Alright, let's start in the United States. And this first story that we're going to look at is, it's pretty disturbing. Not gonna lie. This is Denver 7 from 3 hours ago. Reactions pour in after racist, anti-immigrant signs appear at Denver bus stops. Now, these signs will be upsetting to people. It is fucked up on multiple levels. And it is sort of a amped up iteration of the rhetoric we've been seeing from Republicans, essentially deciding now's the time to claim that black jobs, quote unquote, are being taken by immigrants. And, well, this sign, and well, apparently signs which were found around Denver, well, it's the epitome of this garbage.
Right now, racist signs in downtown Denver
Whoa.
cause concern. Denver 7 received this photo.
Whoa. What is happening? Unacceptable. 1.5. We can't do 1.5.
Right now, racist signs in downtown Denver causing concern. Denver 7 received this photo of a sign on East Colfax and Yosemite. Now, the Denver Police Department and RTD have since taken down these signs. The situation is under investigation. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston reacting on social media in a statement saying in part, quote, Denver is a welcoming and inclusive city that gives opportunity to people from all walks of life, and we will fight to ensure that remains the case. Governor Jared Polis also responding on social media, posting in part, quote, there is no room for hate in our state. These horrible and racist images funded by unknown groups are meant to stoke fear and hate in our
Yeah, they are meant to stoke fear and hate in our communities.
Signs. The situation is.
But this is disgusting. I mean, right? Am I the only person who looks at this and is just disgusted on all levels? And the fact that I mean, this appears to be I'm assuming this is a fake sign. I want to believe that this has nothing to do with the city, but if you can, you can't. It's hard to see here.
And reacting on social.
Fuck, it's too small to even select on YouTube. But you can see here it says City Municipal Code 23452, and I'm assuming once again that this is made up. I would like to believe that this is fucking, that some asshole made this sign and went through all this effort and even bolted it to the fucking signpost, right? But like, if an actual city employee did something like this, I mean, things need to be done about that, one way or the other. And considering that it's 2024, I feel like there's got to be a way to figure out who put this there. You can't read it, it's too small. Yeah, I'm sorry. You can't read it at all? It says blacks must sit at the back of the bus. Kamala's migrants sit in the front. It is disgusting. I think they found multiple of these. Didn't they say that they found multiple around the Denver area? Yeah, it's multiple signs in the Denver area. It's not just one. And they were all put by bus stops. It's just fucked. Thankfully, they've been taken down, at least from what I understand. But that is just... Okay. Now let's go to politics directly. Here's MSNBC to start us off. It's from 3 hours ago. Trump reaches new low, reposting sexist attacks against female politicians. Am I coughing?
Donald Trump, faced with Kamala Harris's growing post-DNC momentum and his own shrinking campaign crowds, is melting down on social media, literally lashing out at Vice President Kamala Harris with posts that range from sexist and crass to dangerous and, of course, just straight up weird. The Washington Post reporting that, quote, Donald Trump amplified a vulgar joke about Vice President Kamala Harris performing a sex act. He falsely accused Harris without evidence for a security lapse that enabled a rogue gunman to try to assassinate him. He shared a call for Barack Obama to face a military tribunal.
Wow, that's quite a list there. 24 hours of Trump. QAnon tributes, crude attacks. Good God, this is a ridiculous list of shit. You can't believe I would say that? What did I say? What are you talking about?
He promoted explicit tributes to the QAnon conspiracy theory. He hogged digital trading cards in an online infomercial along with pieces of his
That's right.
night
He
suit.
did do that.
And that, folks, was just in the span of 24 hours. In response, Trump campaign spokeswoman Caroline Levitt accused the Washington Post of focusing unfairly on a few social media posts and negative stories about Trump instead of Trump's highly successful policy speeches in battleground states over the past week.
Oh my God, this is, wow. So tough. Poor Caroline Levitt. That is. She's making such a fair point to me. Why can't people just focus on the good stuff? That's how politics works, right? Everybody just focuses on the good stuff usually, and you're all being unfair. Unfairly focusing on negative stuff.
A what now?
I mean, as the spokeswoman for the king of negative campaigning, I find it pretty hilarious that she's like, why are people being so mean to Trumpy?
Policy speeches, quite honestly, is a stretch. In contrast, the Harris campaign is using the time they have saved by not spending their days reposting QAnon memes to release a slew of ads highlighting her policy positions, while she and Tim Walz are barnstorming Georgia, talking to voters ahead of their first interview together later this evening. Joining our conversation this block, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard out in Potterville, Michigan, where Trump is holding an event later this hour, plus Democratic Congresswoman Barbara Lee of California, of course.
Okay, let's see. Forgot we could use this scene. I always forget about switching the camera around so you can see me. Cisco is definitely the captain. I feel you on that. Hold on. I feel like there was one other thing I wanted to catch specifically in this video, but I can't remember what.
Another example of why we cannot have a Donald Trump in the White House.
Are you at all, Congresswoman, surprised? And I know it's hard after 8 years of Trump basically hijacking the Republican Party, but are you at all surprised that Republican colleagues have not come forward to condemn his comments, calling for a former president to face a military tribunal, among other things?
No, I am not surprised, because I said earlier, I'm in the room with a lot of these men. And in many ways, they may not agree, but their views about Donald Trump are such that they're afraid of him. They don't have any backbone, and they don't want to call him out. And they just allow this to take place. And so that's not very patriotic, if you ask me. They are being truly un-American by allowing.
Yeah, but I feel like we know that the supposed lovers of the USA are really pretty much the most un-American freedom haters. Okay, yeah, let's move on from this video. It's not spokeswoman, it's spokesfemale? I'm sorry?
Illegal.
What now?
Okay, let's go to this. Actually, wait a second. What is happening? Hold on, I gotta refresh this. Something's gone terribly wrong. Please hold. Please hold during this troubling time. Okay, yes, this is where we are. That's what I thought. What is my head made out of? Looks like a giant paintbrush. Wow. I look like a giant paintbrush to you. That is hurtful. I mean, is it not clear that I am a galactic knight, lord? The helmet made of pure gold and space metal. I thought that was obvious. What was I saying? Ah, yes. Let's go to this. This is big. This is big. Very big. And unfortunately, we don't have the whole thing yet. I might have to check while we're doing this for the other half of this. Oh shit. Okay. Please hold. Please hold again. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to start this, but we are going to watch this interview, or at least some clips of this interview with Dana Bash, Kamala Harris, and Tim Walz. You always thought my head was a surfboard? Wow. You know what? You think whatever you want. Everybody think whatever you want about my head. I'll just go on being misunderstood. Wait a second. Are these things the whole... Are these the whole things in entirety? Because if so, we don't have to watch these clips. Or we could watch them afterwards. Or something. I don't know. Because there was only a couple of clips that existed. I think these might be full. Alright, let's watch this interview. Let's watch this interview here, which is now officially online. I think they originally put it on. Oh yeah, this is just the whole thing. Alright, we're just gonna go straight to the... Fuck the clips. We don't need the clips. Hold on, let me... Please hold. Marsha, not now. Let's go here. Part 1. Harris breaks down plans for her first day in office in an exclusive CNN interview.
Vice President, Governor Walz, thank you so much for sitting down with me and bringing the bus. The bus tour is well underway here in Georgia. You have less time to make your case to voters than any candidate in modern American history. The voters are really eager to hear what your plans are. If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you, first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people, I think that people are ready for a new way forward, in a way that generations of Americans have been fueled by hope and by optimism. I think, sadly, in the last decade, we have had in the former president someone who has really been pushing an agenda and an environment that is about diminishing the character and the strength of who we are as Americans, really dividing our nation, and I think people are ready to turn the page on that.
So what would you do day one?
Day one, it's going to be about, one, implementing my plan for what I call an opportunity economy. I've already laid out a number of proposals in that regard.
An opportunity economy. I don't know what that means. I saw that we have 23 likes. I almost forgot that we have a rollover Captain Planet, but there he is. He's our hero. He's going to bring pollution down to 0. And Amandar is not... I don't think I've ever seen Amandar in this chat. Although, to be honest, I am on top chat right now. Oh my god.
Illegal.
Don't tell anybody.
Which include what we're going to do to bring down the cost of everyday goods, what we're going to do to invest in America's small businesses, what we're going to do to invest in families, for example, extending the child tax credit to $6,000 for families for the first year of their child's life, to help them buy a car seat, to help them buy baby clothes, a crib. There's the work that we're going to do that is about investing in the American family around affordable housing, a big issue in our country right now. So there are a number of things on day one.
What about you?
Well, I'm excited about this agenda, too. As I said, the idea of inspiring America to what can be. And I think many of these things that the Vice President's proposing are things that we share in values. And the child tax credit is one we know that reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We did it in Minnesota to have a federal partner in this. unbelievable, I think, in the impact that we can make.
You talked about, you call it the opportunity economy. You are well aware that right now many Americans are struggling. There's a crisis of affordability. One of your campaign themes is we're not going back. But I wonder what you say to voters who do want to go back when it comes to the economy specifically, because their groceries were less expensive, housing was more affordable when Donald Trump was president.
Now, this is one of those really stupid fucking framings that people like to play. Even the media, they just accept this framing, even though they know it's fucking completely nonsensical. Trump had nothing to do with the inflation rate, pretty much, during the time. I mean, if anything, he made it worse, right? Tariffs significantly increased prices on certain goods, like with Chinese steel and so on. So yeah, but like, you know, aside from things like tariffs, there's not a lot that the president can do to make inflation really bad, right?
Well, let's start with the fact that when Joe Biden and I came in office, during the height of a pandemic, we saw over 10 million jobs were lost. People, I mean, literally, we were all tracking the numbers. Hundreds of people a day were dying because of COVID. The economy had crashed. In large part, all of that because of mismanagement by Donald Trump of that crisis. When we came in, our highest priority was to do what we could to rescue America. And today, we know that we have inflation at under 3%. A lot of our policies have led to the reality that America recovered faster than any wealthy nation around the world. But you are right. Prices, in particular for groceries, are still too high. The American people know it, I know it, which is why my agenda includes what we need to do to bring down the price of groceries. For example, dealing with an issue like price gouging. What we need to do to extend the child tax credit to help young families be able to take care of their children in their most formative years. What we need to do to bring down the cost of housing. My proposal includes what would be a tax credit of $25,000 for first-time home buyers.
That's so dumb. I hate that one part of this. We've talked about how much I like a lot of this plan, but this part of it, especially the fact that she's saying it's a tax credit. Oh, no. No. Let's do something else.
So they can just have enough to put a down payment on a home, which is part of the American dream and their aspiration, but do it in a way that allows them to actually get on the path to achieving that goal and that dream.
So you have been vice president for 3.5 years.
Yeah.
Like,
the steps that you're talking about now.
Like, the thing is, she needs to talk more about the increasing the supply of housing. Like, she was saying raise it by 3 million, and they were talking about how, you know, earlier I heard in another speech how she was talking about how there's, you know, collusion happening in the rental market, right? She was pointing out the DOJ case that's happening right now against RealPage. At least she mentioned, at least alluded to it at one point, and that's what we got to be talking about. You know, how do we address all of that stuff? And you know, I think one thing I've been saying is that we just, you know, got to increase that supply and then say that none of those houses that are being created can be bought up by these institutional investors like Berkshire Hathaway and BlackRock and all these other people that are causing the problem in the first place.
Why haven't you done them already?
Well, first of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have done that. I'm very proud of the work that we have done that has brought inflation down to less than 3%. The work that we have done to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. Donald Trump said he was going to do a number of things, including allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices. Never happened. We did it. So now, as I travel in the state of Georgia and around our country, the number of seniors that have benefited, I was in Nevada recently,
I mean, what she's saying right now is like some of the best stuff that they've done while they've been in office.
Grandmother who showed me her receipts. And before We capped the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month. She was paying hundreds of dollars, up to thousands of dollars a month for her insulin. She's not doing that anymore.
You maintain Bidenomics is a success.
I maintain
Yeah,
that when we
I think
do
she
the work of
should.
bringing down prescription
I think she
medication for
should.
the American people, including capping the cost of the annual cost of prescription medication for seniors.
The fact is that they, Dana here, she's going to frame it this way, but if you look at it like we've been looking at it, the inflation has been getting caused across the board by collusion and price gouging. Real page. The food price fixing scandal that we just talked about. During the pandemic, there was a bunch of reports about how gas stations were like colluding to raise prices and things like that. This stuff has been shown clearly that there's been a whole bunch of very shady shit happening to cause these things, because you look at the profit statements of all these companies, and they've actually been getting record profits time and again, while everybody else is crying about inflation and not knowing where to direct that anger, and it always gets directed at I think it's the easiest one is just to blame the president, especially if it's the opposite president, right? If you're a Republican and you got a Democrat president and inflation's up, you just say it's fucking Joe Biden's fault. It's the Democrats.
At $2,000. When we do what we did in the first year of being in office to extend the child tax credit so that we cut child poverty in America by over 50%, when we do what we have done to invest in the American people and bringing manufacturing back to the United States so that we created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, bringing business back to America, what we have done to improve the supply chain so we're not relying on foreign governments to supply American families with their basic needs, I'll say that that's good work. There's more to do, but that's good work.
I want to get some clarity on where you stand on some key policy issues. Energy is a big one. When you were in Congress, you supported the Green New Deal. And in 2019, you said, quote, "There is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking." Fracking, as you know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania. Sure. Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
Boo.
In 2019, I believe, at a town hall, you said you were asked, would you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking on your first day in office? And you said, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes. So it changed in that campaign?
In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my...
That was one of those far left positions of hers that I was hoping that she would still hold on to. I know it's tied to a whole lot of money and a bunch of jobs in a bunch of states, but it still frustrates the hell out of me, because you can make the same goddamn argument for oil drilling, right? And a whole bunch of other shit that I would oppose too, I would much prefer there be renewable energy jobs and other things like that. Oh, I'm sorry. Why did I do that? I thought this was over. It's not. It's my bad.
Word, and I will keep my word.
What made you change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed. I believe it is very important that we take seriously what we must do to guard against what is a clear crisis in terms of the climate. And to do that, we can do what we have accomplished thus far. The Inflation Reduction Act, what we have done to invest, by my calculation, over probably $1 trillion over the next 10 years, investing in a clean energy economy. What we've already done, creating over 300,000 new clean energy jobs. That tells me, from my experience as vice president, we can do it without banning fracking. In fact, Dana, excuse me, I cast the tie-breaking vote that actually...
The problem is there's a bunch of people out there right now. I want to believe this, and I want to believe what I'm about to say. I want to believe that Kamala Harris, because of the fact that there's a bunch of people out there right now in the world, we're hearing it all the time, it's being touted as green energy, right? Fracking, natural gas, all this is being touted as a transition fuel and blah, blah, blah. And a lot of powerful people are buying into it because of jobs, because of money, and all these other sorts of things. We need to get that out of people's heads, because it's in fact causing just as much, if not worse, problems with the environment, even though the emissions don't last as long as traditional fossil fuels. The damage is far greater, and we just can't be going on sort of just accepting it as being this transition energy. God damn, my throat is extra scratchy today.
Increased leases for fracking as vice president. So I'm very clear about where I stand.
And was there some policy or scientific data that you saw that you said, oh, okay, I get it now?
What I have seen is that we can grow and we can increase a thriving clean energy economy without banning fracking.
Okay.
Illegal.
Another issue, big one, is immigration. As vice president, you were tasked with addressing the root causes of migration in southern countries and
northern part of Central America.
The northern part of Central America that affects the southern border of the U.S.
Sorry, I wasn't listening to her. I gotta go back. I was reading chats over here. You're all contributing so much to chat, and I'm trying to read them, but I'm also... all this is fucking new to me. This all happened, like, I watched that first one, like the first half of it, and then I was like, I can't sit here and keep watching this. I'm like 15 minutes late to the chat. And for that, I'm sorry. But I at least wanted to catch a piece of it. I didn't know if they were going to release the rest of this freaking interview, but now that we got the whole thing, we're like, yeah, this is all new to me right now. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep banging away at this.
Another issue, big one, is immigration. As vice president, you were tasked with addressing the root causes of migration in southern countries and
northern part of Central America.
The northern part of Central America that affects the southern border of the U.S. During the Biden-Harris administration,
I feel like she's not even saying this correctly. At least my particular understanding of what her job was for her to get an understanding of why people were coming to the United States through the southern border. That was pretty much her job. It's like why are they coming here?
There were record numbers of illegal border crossings. Why did the Biden-Harris administration wait 3.5 years to implement sweeping asylum restrictions?
Well, first of all, the root causes work that I did as vice president, that I was asked to do by the president, has actually resulted in a number of benefits, including historic investments by American businesses in that region. The number of immigrants coming from that region has actually reduced since we began that work. But I will say this, that Joe Biden and I and our administration worked with members of the United States Congress on an immigration issue that is very significant to the American people and to our security, which is the border. And through bipartisan work, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, a bill was crafted, which we supported, which I support. And Donald Trump got word of this bill that would have contributed to securing our border, and because he believes that it would not have helped him politically, he told his
it's so cynical.
In Congress, don't.
I mean, this is all completely true, and it's incredibly cynical that he did this. Like, I still can't believe that he did this, because it's supposed to be this huge issue to all of them, but really, he just sort of made it all so clear. The issue itself isn't what's important. It's the ability to leverage it to get votes, to get yourself in power.
He killed the bill. A border security bill that would have put 1,500 more agents on the border. And let me tell you something, the Border Patrol endorsed the bill. And I'm sure in large part because they knew they were working around the clock, and 1,500 more agents would help them. That bill would have allowed us to increase seizures of fentanyl. Ask any community in America that has been devastated by fentanyl what passing that bill would have done to address their concern and a pain that they've experienced.
So you would push that legislation again. I just want to ask
Not only push it, I will make sure that it comes to my desk and I would sign it.
Just one other question about something that you said in 2019 when you first ran. There was a debate. You raised your hand when asked whether or not the border should be decriminalized. Do you still believe that?
I believe there should be consequence. We have laws that have to be followed and enforced that address and deal with people who cross our border illegally, and there should be consequence. And let's be clear, in this race, I'm the only person who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations who traffic in guns, drugs, and human beings. I'm the only person in this race who actually served a border state as Attorney General to enforce our laws, and I would enforce our laws as president going forward. I recognize the problem.
Generally speaking, how should voters look at some...
It does feel like she's pushing to the right since all of this has, since she's now secured the nomination. Some of these things that, I mean, granted, she hasn't been all that, visible as vice president, but
the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here in your policy, is it because you have more experience now and you've learned more about the information? Is it because you were running for president in a Democratic primary? And should they feel comfortable and confident that what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward?
Dana, I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time. We did that with the Inflation Reduction Act. We have set goals for the United States of America and by extension the globe around when we should meet certain standards for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, as an example. That value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed. I spent 2 terms as the Attorney General of California prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, violations of American laws regarding the illegal passage of guns, drugs, and human beings across our border.
Oh my god. For a second I was getting excited. She started talking about the Green New Deal, then right back to the fucking border. Jesus Christ. Pushing to the right is weak. Why did they choose Dana? The right views her as a stooge and she's not friendly either to the left? Well, that's the problem. Is they're always shooting to the center between Democrats and Republicans, not leftists. That's for sure. I think most Dems, most liberals see Dana as a friendly, right?
Values have not changed. So that is the reality of it. In 4 years of being vice president, I'll tell you, one of the aspects to your point is traveling the country extensively. I mean, I'm here in Georgia. I think somebody told me 17 times since I've been vice president in Georgia alone. I believe it is important to build consensus. And it is important to find a common place of understanding of where we can actually solve problems.
On that note, you had a lot of Republican speakers at the convention. Yeah. Will you appoint a Republican to your cabinet?
Yes, I would.
Anyone in mind?
Yes, I would. No one in particular in mind. We got 68 days to go with this election, so I'm not putting the cart before the horse, but I would. I think it's really important. I have spent my career inviting...
What a great start.
...diversity of opinion. I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have...
Well, can anybody guess in chat for me? Who's got guesses on who she would appoint as a Republican and to what appointment, if you would like to add that? I'm just trying to think of which Republican does she see as being, you know, like that's who I should reach. I should reach across the aisle to a Republican and pull them into this, administration. Who do you think? Anybody? Rand Paul? Kevin McCarthy? Maybe Mike Johnson.
Different views, different experiences, and I think it would be to the benefit of the American public to have a member of my cabinet who was a Republican.
I want to ask you about your opponent, Donald Trump.
Okay.
I was a little bit surprised. People might be surprised to hear that you have never interacted with him, met him face to face. That's going to change soon. But what I want to ask you about is what he said last month. He suggested that you happened to turn black recently for political purposes, questioning a core part of your identity.
Yeah. Same old tired playbook. Next question, please.
That's it?
That's it. Okay.
I mean,
let's talk
I
about
don't
some
know.
foreign
What is she
policy
even supposed to
issues
say to that
would
dumb
be on
shit?
your plate if you become commander-in-chief. President Biden has
Liz
tried
Cheney or
unsuccessfully,
Mitt Romney?
To end the
Kissinger?
war.
I assume that it's a Kissinger? Although I don't think that's how you spell it. Cheney, Romney, or Kissinger. Okay. Those seem to be the three options. Obviously. Oh, Kinzinger. Oh, that makes way more sense. I was going to say, Kissinger's dead, so I don't think that he can be in the administration.
Between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. He's been doing it for months and months, along with you. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear.
Wait, hold on. I was reading chat again. This is my fault. I'm ADDing the hell out.
Along with you. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear. I'm unequivocal and unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense and its ability to defend itself. And that's not going to change. But let's take a step back. October 7.
Oh, boy.
1,200 people were massacred. Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were
We're doing this right now. No, they weren't. Well, maybe, perhaps, but it wasn't systematic.
Has a right to defend itself, we would. And how it does so matters. Far too many innocent...
I genuinely can't believe she's doing a rerun of October 7th for us right now. It's so frustrating to me every time this happens. It's happened so many times. Like, even in incredibly unexpected times. In fact, I would say this feels like an unexpected time for this one to come out.
Palestinians have been killed.
Uh-huh.
And we have got to get a deal done. We were in Doha. We have to get a deal done. This war must end. And we must get a deal that is about getting the hostages out. I've met with the families of the American hostages. Let's get the hostages out. Let's get the ceasefire done.
But no change in policy in terms of arms and so forth.
No, we have to get a deal done.
Wow.
Dana, we have to get a deal done. When you look at the significance of this to the families, to the people who are living in that region, a deal is not only the right thing to do to end this war, but will unlock so much of what must happen next. I remain committed.
I just, I feel like we need to be using some amount of leverage at the very, very least. She needs to be talking about that. And what I want to believe is that she's afraid of contradicting the Biden administration policy right now. That's what I want to believe, but cynically, or perhaps skeptically, excuse me, I'm left with accepting the words that she's saying here at face value, those being, keep funding Israel at the rate that we've been doing, and get a deal, and it's just, oh God, not good.
Since I've been on October 8th, to what we must do to work toward a two-state solution, where Israel is secure and in equal measure, the Palestinians have security and self-determination and dignity.
Yeah, sure, of course. All right, part 3. This is the last part of it, I think.
Governor Walz, the country is just starting.
Ooh, we're going to talk to Walz. All right.
I want to ask you a question about how you've described your service in the National Guard. You said that you carried weapons in war, but you have never deployed actually in a war zone. A campaign official said that you misspoke. Did you?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly proud. I've done 24 years of wearing the uniform of this country. Equally proud of my service in a public school classroom, whether it's Congress or the governor. My record speaks for itself, but I think people are coming to get to know me. I speak like they do. I speak candidly. I wear my emotions on my sleeves, and I speak especially passionately about our children being shot in schools and around guns. So I think people know me. They know who I am. They know where my heart is. And again, my record has been out there for over 40 years to speak for itself.
And the idea that you said that you were in war, did you misspeak as the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar is not always correct. But again, if it's not this, it's an attack on my children for showing love for me, or it's an attack on my dog. I'm not.
The fact is, I don't think anybody who I've heard complain about this, about what Tim Walz has said, has spent 24 years in the armed services. So I just don't think that they can really just make this case. Any of the people from Fox News. I mean, Jesse Waters? I'm sorry, was Jesse Waters in the military? Was he in the military for 20 years? Or, I don't know, Greg Gutfeld or Donald Trump? Bone Spurs Donald Trump? No. I think most of the people who are complaining about this have no ground to stand on, including J.D. Vance, who was he again? Some sort of military correspondent in a non-combat area or something like that for like 6 months.
The one thing I'll never do is I'll never demean another member's service in any way. I never have, and I never will.
I just one other question, because again, this is all new.
Yeah.
This was not, however many days ago, this was not on either of your bingo cards, especially yours. You had to clarify that you had said that you and your wife used IVF, but it turned out you used a different kind of fertility in order to have children. And then when you ran for Congress in 2006, your campaign repeatedly made false statements.
Oh no. Oh no. Tim Walz isn't a doctor. He didn't know the exact kind of, what do you call it? Oh, and I'm not a doctor either, so now my brain just broke and I can't think of what this is actually called. Contraception services. I think that's like close to what it's called. He didn't know exactly what it was called. Oh no, it's not IVF. It's some other thing that I don't know about.
About a 1995 arrest for drunk and reckless driving. What do you say to voters who aren't sure whether they can take you at your word?
Well, I've been very public. I think they can see my students come out, former folks I've served with, and they vouch for me. I certainly own my mistakes when I make them. The one thing I'll tell you is I wished in this country wouldn't have to do this. I spoke about our infertility issues because it's hell, and families know this. And I spoke about the treatments that were available to us that had those beautiful children there. That's quite a contrast in folks that are trying to take those rights away from us. And so I think people know who I am. They know that record. They've seen that. I've taught thousands of students. I've been out there. And
yeah, I mean, Tim Walz seems like a very genuine guy, you know? Like, he doesn't, he honestly does, like, he's answering these much better than Kamala's answering those questions. Although this is, I feel like these are easier to some degree. I mean, they're, you know, they're more personal, not like, this has nothing to do with foreign policy or, you know, so it's hard to, I guess it's kind of hard to compare the two responses.
I won't apologize for speaking passionately, whether it's guns in schools or protecting of reproductive rights. The contrast could not be clearer.
Kamala's impressed, though. Did you see that look?
Position on this has been clear.
Kamala's like, he's killing this. That's the look that she just gave.
For speaking passionately, whether it's guns in schools or protecting of reproductive rights. The contrast could not be clearer between what we're running against. The Vice President's position on this has been clear. And I think most Americans get it if you've been through that. I don't think they're cutting hairs on IVF or IUI. I think what they're cutting hairs on is an abortion ban.
I didn't even know IUI existed.
The chance to have a beautiful child.
Vice President Harris, you were a very staunch defender of President Biden's capacity to serve another 4 years. Right after the debate, you insisted that President Biden is extraordinarily strong. Given where we are now,
I'm staying in
any
the race.
regrets about what you told the American people?
No, not at all. Not at all. I have served with President Biden for almost 4 years now, and I'll tell you, it's one of the greatest honors of my career, truly. He cares so deeply about the American people. He is so smart and loyal to the American people. And I have spent hours upon hours with him, be it in the Oval Office or the Situation Room. He has the intelligence, the commitment, and the judgment and disposition that I think the American people rightly deserve in their president. By contrast, the former president has none of that. And so, one, I am so proud to have served as vice president to Joe Biden. And two, I am so proud to be running with Tim Walz for president of the United States and to bring America what I believe the American people deserve, which is a new way forward, and turn the page on the last decade of what I believe has been contrary to where the spirit of our country really lies.
But the last decade, of course, the last 3.5 years has been part of your administration.
I'm talking about an era that started about a decade ago, where there is some suggestion, warped I believe it to be, that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down, instead of where I believe most Americans are, which is to believe that the true measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. That's what's at stake as much as any other detail that we could discuss in this election.
Because we haven't had a chance to talk, I'm just curious, staying on
I think
President
that's
Biden,
actually,
when he called,
I mean, that's a good estimation of things, to be honest. I mean, at least I would like to think that that's where people are. I don't know if that's where everyone is as a majority in the United States. But that's how I prefer to measure people, not in who you're beating down, but in how you're, in what you're building, what constructively you're doing, especially as a politician, as a leader, right? Like she was saying. I mean, a lot of the stuff that she's saying in here I agree with, but then she starts talking about Israel. She starts, it's really losing me really fast on that shit. I hope that we can find a way to convince her otherwise of all of that. Let's get back. We're almost done with this thing, it looks like.
What was that like? And did he offer to endorse you right away, or did you ask for it?
It was a Sunday, so here, I'll give you a little too much information.
Go for it. There's no such thing, Madam Vice President.
My family was staying with us, and including my baby nieces. And we had just had pancakes and, you know, Auntie, can I have more bacon? Yes, I'll make you more bacon. And then we were sitting down to do a puzzle. And the phone rang, and it was Joe Biden. And he told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said yes. And that's how I learned about it.
And what about the endorsement? Did you ask for it?
He was very clear that he was going to support me.
So when he called to tell you, he said, "I'm pulling out of the race and I'm going to support you."
Well, my first thought was not about me, to be honest with you. My first thought was about him, to be honest. I think history is going to show a number of things about Joe Biden's presidency. I think history is going to show that in so many ways it was transformative, be it on what we have accomplished.
Certainly transformative for the Middle East and for Gaza.
Around.
But I mean, there was a lot of accomplishments at home. Not going to take that away from Joe Biden.
Finally investing in America's infrastructure, investing in new economies, in new industries, what we have done to bring our allies back together and have confidence in who we are as America and grow that alliance, what we have done to stand true to our principles, including one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I think history is going to show not only has Joe Biden led an administration that has achieved those extraordinary successes, but the character of the man is one that he has been in his life and career, including as a president, quite selfless and puts the American people first.
I just have to ask you both about two standout moments, aside, of course, from the addresses that you both gave, but standout moments that were perhaps unexpected during the convention. You mentioned one of them, Governor. A moment that you shared, that the world shared with your son, Gus. You were speaking, the camera caught him, so incredibly proud of you, so emotional, saying, "That's my dad."
Yeah, I don't know as a father I could have ever imagined that. I'm grateful for so many reasons to be on this ticket, but that moment, to understand what was really important, to have my son feel a sense of pride in me, that I was trying to do the right thing. And it was, you try and protect your kids, it brings notoriety and things, but it was just such a visceral, emotional moment that I'm grateful I got to experience it, and I'm so proud of him. I'm proud of him, I'm proud of Hope, I'm proud of Gwen. She's a wonderful mother, and these are great kids. And I think the one thing is, talking about the era we're in, is our politics can be better. It can be different. We can show some of these things, and we can have families involved in this. And I hope that I hope people felt that out there, and I hope they hug their kids a little tighter, because you just never know, and life can be kind of hard.
And last question,
yeah,
Vice
that's
President,
true.
the photograph
Life can be hard.
that has gone viral. You were speaking, one of your grandnieces that you were just talking about was watching you accept the nomination. You didn't explicitly talk about gender or race in your speech, but it obviously means a lot to a lot of people, and that viral picture really says it. What does it mean to you?
I am running because I believe that I am the best person to do this job at this moment, for all Americans, regardless of race and gender. But I did see that photograph, and I was deeply touched by it. And you're right, it's the back of her head, her two little braids, and then I'm in the front of the photograph, obviously speaking. And it's very humbling. It's very humbling in many ways.
Did she talk to you about it afterwards?
Oh, she had a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I'm sure.
She listened to everything, and she listens to everything.
She gave you your hot takes?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Madam Vice President, Governor Walz, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, well, that's it. That's the potential future president and vice president in a sit-down interview on CNN with Dana Bash. Now I do see, I see Badash and Philip there talking about sovereignty of Puerto Rico and the general idea of Biden caring about territorial integrity. I don't know if you heard me saying stuff about that under my breath, but I was thinking similar stuff. Not exactly those exact sentiment, but basically, pretty much. Whoopsies. What have I done? Alright. Well, we got to do that right as it happened, basically. I mean, that just got done dropping, and we just watched the whole thing live together. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. I enjoyed it. Hope you did. We got a lot more to do. Let me think. We're right here. You know, I think it's gonna be good. Let's just take a quick break, because we're already like an hour and a half in. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Still really need to get those subscriber numbers on YouTube up to 500, so tell everybody you know on Earth about this channel. If you're already doing both of those things, well, I appreciate you. One other great way to support the Galactic News Network is by becoming a patron on Patreon. That's right, for just a few US dollars a month, you can gain access to a cornucopia of galactic benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way. Here's a link for that in chat. Best way to spend your 3 Earth dollars, I would say. It really helps in keeping this network going. Alright chat, quick break and we will be right back. Switched. Alright, chat. Galactic intermission is coming to an end very shortly. Gotta get back to it, as there's a hell of a lot to look at here tonight. We're not even done with the first real half. That was just a impromptu break there. We gotta get to so much. Get to so much stuff here. It is crazy. No idea how we're gonna get it all done. But I'm glad we watched that whole thing together. It was worth it to at least know where Kamala is claiming to be at right now with all of these issues. I do gotta say, this interview is gonna fly in the face of a lot of things that Republicans have been saying, including this. Let's go straight to here. Forbes breaking news from 6 hours ago. Marsha Blackburn has got some things to say about Kamala Harris.
In 2019, I was named the most conservative senator in the U.S. Senate.
Really?
And my polar opposite was Senator Kamala Harris
really?
from California.
According to
she was
what?
Ranked the most liberal.
Certainly not according to that interview we just got done watching. But is that, I mean, was Bernie Sanders just not in the race? Was he just not in the running? Or any, I mean, what is she talking about? Who did this poll? Who named her the most most conservative and Kamala's the most liberal? Or maybe that makes sense, because Bernie's the most left, maybe not the most liberal. Could be true. I don't know. Although she does not name.
There are so many issues on
She
which
does not
we
name
differ.
the
fighting inflation, securing the border, allowing you to keep.
She just got done talking about how much she is excited to secure the border, and it was Donald Trump's fault that they didn't get to secure the border.
Health insurance you like, allowing you to make decisions for your family. And we know that this election season, you have choices. I encourage you.
Okay, Marsha. Thanks, Marsha. That's great. Well, apparently, Kamala Harris, the most liberal politician ever in the Senate, according to Marsha Blackburn, and some unnamed weird competition I've never heard of. I wish she was the most liberal. I wish that last interview we just got, I wish she just got done saying ceasefire now, like, just over and over again at Dana Bash, and it was like, from the river to the sea, and end capitalism, and end fracking, and the natural gas hoax, and all these things. She didn't do any of that. She said some good stuff in there, don't get me wrong. But she didn't have every point in the ways I would have liked. I can say that much. However, things are going well for Kamala Harris right now in the polls. We've been looking at polls practically every single week. We look at least one or two polls. And we are going to do that once again here today. Oops, I don't have 538 open. Whatever, I'll do this first. Let's go to CNN from 11 hours ago. Harris sees polling gains in key battleground states. Marsha Blackburn isn't a Democrat. Yeah, I know. She is a senator from Tennessee and is, like she said, apparently the most conservative senator. I don't know. Once again, I don't know what this fictional ranking agency ranks as being conservative and or liberal, so really hard to say exactly. what any of that even means, but yes, she's in fact a Republican.
What you're looking at right now is the CNN projected map, the race to 270. Where you see yellow states, there are 7 of them. Those are the battleground states, the swing states, where it is very much a toss-up race. Now, you talk to Democrats, they've always made clear the most likely pathway for them is in the blue wall states. We're talking about Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. You add in the 1 electoral vote allocated to the congressional district in Nebraska, and you get 270 electoral votes. That is a clear pathway. Just a few months ago, the Biden team was looking at that pathway as really...
Just want to stop this on this map so people can kind of take that one in, right? You got winning Washington, Oregon, California, obviously. New Mexico, Colorado, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and basically the whole Northeast, aside from the 2nd congressional district in Maine. That leaves 4 states open, and her having 270 votes.
Their only pathway. Here's what's changed over the course of the last 6 weeks. We'll put these back into the toss-up category. We're talking about Sunbelt states. I was talking about the polling that came out from Fox News and what it shows. It shows an extraordinarily tight race in places like Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and North Carolina. 3 of those 4 states, Joe Biden won in 2020. North Carolina has long been an aspirational goal for Democrats. Now they feel like it is very much in play. Now, while Harris has very narrow leads in Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada, they're all within the margin of error. That means there is no clear leader. But here's what's interesting when you look at these numbers. The clear gains the Harris team has made over the course of the last couple of months. Compare them to where Joe Biden was just a few months ago, down by in every single one of those states by at least 5 points. Now, why does that matter? Again, kind of already laid out. The blue wall, those Midwestern states, are really where the Democrats.
I love how fast they move past that.
However,
he's so fast. What are you, Joe Biden's PR person? Jesus Christ. We can't analyze these numbers at all. I mean, he's clearly made there's a 6-point swing right here, right? Because Donald Trump loses 2 and Kamala picks up 4 since Joe Biden dropped out. That's a 6-point swing. 5 points for Kamala here. Trump loses 3. That's an 8-point swing that's happened in a month and a half. Nevada here, up 5, down 2. That's a 7-point swing here. Up 4, stays the same, 4 points. But still, I mean, those first 3, those are huge. Especially Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. These 3, adding those into this potential equation is definitely, well, that's definitely big news. I mean, we've been talking about the numbers mostly in the blue belt states. I mean, the blue wall states, and those are still going well. But this is a huge change, which may explain part of why she's running right now. I just don't think that should be her focus. Although maybe these are her actual beliefs, like she just said. I don't know. I'm struggling to accept everything she just got done saying in that interview right now.
At least 5 points. Now, why does that matter? Again, kind of already laid out. The blue wall, those Midwestern states, are really where the Democrats mostly look to get to 270. However, what they have now on the Harris team is what we saw in 2020, which is more pathways to 270. And for the Trump team, as they pour money into Pennsylvania and Georgia, what they're looking at right now is if they can hold on to North Carolina, win those 2 states, they've got 270 electoral votes. If, and it's a big if right now, given how close things are, the Harris campaign.
Wait. What are they saying? If they can get Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia.
They pour money into Pennsylvania. They're looking at right now, if they can hold on to North Carolina, win those 2 states, they've got 270 electoral votes. If, and it's a big if right now, given how close things are, the Harris campaign can hang on to Pennsylvania, win North Carolina, flip North Carolina. Only once in the last 11 presidential cycles have they been able to actually do. play as well. They have a number of different pathways, and we're not even talking about some of those blue wall states. Now, is that all going to happen? Look, it's very much a toss-up race right now. Everybody on both sides will acknowledge that fact.
Okay. Enough playing with his fancy little electoral board over there. Let's move along. There's so many non-voters, why not give them something to vote for? It's nuts, I agree. I'm ruining the horse race? How am I ruining the horse race? What did I do? I don't think I did anything. I think I did no such thing. Okay. Now let's look at some of the other polls that are out right now real quick while we are talking about polls. Just so I can talk about this, get it out of the way. Okay, so you can see here this is a national poll, right?
Arlington National
Whoa.
Cemetery is the most hallowed burial ground for our nation's fallen, a place where 400,000...
What just happened? Stop that. Sorry, chat. Not sure how or why that happened. Alright, this is the national polls right now. You can see that there's still... Kennedy is out of the race now. As you can see here, around here, they stopped keeping track of Kennedy, but there's still a couple of other independent candidates in the race. But Kamala Harris is up 3.5 points right now, and that has been increasing. They were basically tied back here, 44 to 44. That was in July 25th. And now, 1 month later, she's up 3.5 points. And in a number of polls, as you can see here, she's leading by even more.
So hot right now.
Hydrate. Yes, I will hydrate. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, and Labor Day is just around the corner, so these are good news. These are good news polls. Now, what is next? We're done with those. You know, let's go to this to end our discussion of polls. This is what swing voters. Actually, you know what? We're gonna skip this one. Let's go to this. We're done polls. We've had enough polls. I think we've all had enough polls. Let's go to this. What lessons can Kamala Harris learn from Obama's failures?
But let's talk about like that meta story, because what does it tell us? Because like I feel like the lesson about the Obama years that the Biden people supposedly learned, and I feel like they learned it to some extent. I feel like to some extent they didn't, particularly in terms of Biden wanting to try and make the Build Back Better bipartisan. That was the beginning of the end of that, it seems to me. He brought the Republicans in, and then when they couldn't come up with anything, he brought in Sinema and Portman, as supposedly to do due diligence, and that's where things fell apart. It gave Manchin and opponents of this time to sort of organize. But one of the other things that I think Obama did is he won his election with a certain constituency that I think for a lot of us, he betrayed in some ways. I mean, he ran. There was a lot of people saying he's not an ideologue, and he was talking. He was using populist words, maybe, and but did not deliver on those policies.
Shiny populist
he
words.
was going to, put on his soft shoes and walk with unions. And when there was a huge opportunity for that in Wisconsin, he didn't do it. And that ended up costing Democrats 1,000 seats over the course of 8 years. 1,000 seats. A whole class or two of Democrats couldn't run for governor, because they were wiped out. And now we're seeing the resurgence of that. Like when we have like 6 governors now who could have been vice president. That's what this is about in many ways. Like,
yeah, and it honestly has led to a bunch of other stuff, like the people who are currently on the Supreme Court being on the Supreme Court, being approved by those very people who won those seats in those moments. Well, actually, technically no, but like. Whatever. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop. I just zoned out. I'm such an idiot.
And the opposite happened with Hillary Clinton, right? You had Chuck Schumer going out there. For every blue collar worker we lose in Pittsburgh, we pick up 2 in the Philly suburbs. I don't know if it was Schumer or if it was Ed Randall who said that, but regardless, that seemed to be the idea. We want to manage who elects us on some, there's only a certain amount of latitude with this because the Democrats are the Democrats and the Republicans are the Republicans, but you try and create your constituency, and then you can follow policies that will satisfy them or not. And if you don't satisfy the constituency that elected you, you're going to have trouble in the off-year election and in the following re-election. And so what does it tell us that she's coming out and campaigning this way?
I mean,
no, like, I am absolutely shocked by how many Sam-mojis there are in chat. You didn't think that's where I was going. I was just overwhelmed by the amount of MR love that I'm seeing there visually right now.
Everything's still
in fact, I'm even seeing.
I
think I'm also seeing some MR, some Majority Report emotes in Twitch chat as well. Truly incredible.
The term I saw used in the New York Times was strategic vagueness.
Speaking of Twitch, you can support the channel on Twitch too, not just Patreon. You can get a bunch of sweet Galactic emotes over there and an ad-free experience by subscribing.
I think that's kind of the hallmark of where we're at with Kamala Harris now. She certainly has.
That's also the case on foreign policy, but we're not talking about that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. She certainly has some advisors that are committed, I think, to furthering the Biden agenda. And I think she has some advisors that are committed to breaking with the Biden agenda. And I think, in 2008, we heard a lot about Barack Obama's team of rivals, that he was putting this Lincoln-esque team of people who just didn't like each other together and trying to get the best policy out of that. And it was all crap. It wasn't true at all. Everybody was very much on the same wavelength. I think with Harris,
Robert Rubin's wavelength.
The Robert Rubin policy, exactly. I think with Harris, you're seeing more of a possible actual team of rivals.
Yeah, I think part of the problem with that sort of like reaching across the aisle, it winds up just creating terrible neoliberal policies oftentimes. And when the other side is essentially just antithetical to everything that you stand for, I think it's really hard to make the case for why you should in fact be doing that, aside from in cases where there's no other way to pass legislation. That's the only time when it's even close to being justifiable, right? Like when they need to keep the government from shutting down and they got to reach across the aisle to pass a funding bill or whatever. Like, okay.
There is some understanding that...
Not that I would necessarily agree with every time that they do that either. There are probably some times where I'm like, maybe we should revisit this first. Not gonna lie.
She's getting advice from a lot of different directions. And I think it's going to be a jump ball in terms of where she's actually going to go. I mean, you don't know what the crises are that are going to come up. You don't know where, she's going to have the opportunity to make, a real difference. I think that, as far as everything that's come out, you have to sort of assess it of, okay, are these legislative ideas or are these, administrative ideas? And, a number of the things she talked about in that speech on Friday, she could do on her own, continue the aggressive antitrust enforcement that we see.
Yep.
In terms of the healthcare stuff, there's a lot you can do on the side, not just keeping going the negotiations on prescription drugs, which she's obviously going to do, but there's even more that can be done. So, we'll be readying as the fall goes on the sort of next edition of the day one agenda to see,
yes, I bet.
to figure out what what we could actually possibly do. So I think that there is going to be a lot of opportunity there, and the question will be whether Harris will take it. But we still have 77 days or whatever until the election. She's got to win that first.
This is true. She does have to win that first. But in the process, I would like some more specificity. I'm glad we got some of that tonight. I wasn't super pleased about every aspect of that specificity that we got, but either way, I think it's better than just pure optimism about this this ticket, and having some realism about the future and what and where we differ with where Kamala Harris might be, where we need to be pushing in whatever ways we can. I mean, it's weird to talk about it like that for me personally because of just how small of a channel I am, but this is generally speaking, as leftists, people opposed to, for instance, the war in Gaza and everything else that we've just talked about. Alright, now let's go and talk about Donald Trump and what the Trump campaign has been getting up to Republicans in general. I think we should start here. This is CNN from earlier today, 13 hours ago. What the fuck, quote unquote. Woman reacts to pro-Trump accounts stealing her identity.
Illegal.
Models and social influencers in Europe have had their identities stolen in an attempt to influence the U.S. presidential election. Dozens of them have discovered that their images have been used and in some cases manipulated to promote Donald Trump's re-election bid with fake MAGA accounts. CNN investigative reporter Katie Polglaze shares the story.
Debbie is heading home from work in Luxembourg, Northern Europe. Crossing the border into Germany, she races back to her son. Hello. And of course, Lou. But Debbie's day doesn't end there. She's also a professional model. Her image, not only her identity, but her source of income, helping support her and her son. But it's been stolen. Used in a pro-Trump account on X, attracting nearly 30,000 followers in less than 6 months.
For fuck's sake.
Here's Luna.
30,000 followers in 6 months. We've been doing this for 6 months. I have 250 on YouTube. How's it? What the fuck? What are we doing wrong here? Sorry, that's not the right thing to focus on.
Very crazy.
And when you see these views, you know, it's saying vote for Trump in 2024, what's your reaction?
To be honest, what the was my reaction? That was my reaction, because I have nothing to do with the United States, with Trump, or the political things over there.
And if people following this account believe that this is you, what do you want to say to them?
That is definitely not me. Definitely. It was never me, and it will never be me. And they have to unfollow, please.
In fact...
Well, there we go. Donald Trump is apparently relying on fake accounts to bolster his campaign. I don't model. Good point. It's a good point. So you're saying I'm not sexy enough? I can be sexy. Just steal somebody's pictures. Okay, yeah, you're right. There's a bunch of unethical ways I could do this too, yeah. Okay, alright, now let's get to this story here. As a serious, an actually serious-ish situation has unfolded at the Arlington Cemetery in Virginia, which has caused at least a national incident to some degree here. Let's just get right into it. Let's watch some of the footage from this event first before we get even into it. This is the New York Post. The very, very reputable New York Post from 5 hours ago. They were like the only ones with this footage, though.
We lost 13 great people.
Great, they're the very best people. Why are we doing this with this music right here? I don't appreciate this at all. I think it's because they're planning on copywriting me. Don't appreciate it. It's very rude. Fuck you, New York Post. So, now you might be wondering, why is this an incident? Why is this a thing? Why is this a problem? Or any of those possible questions and more. Well, I'll tell you why it's a problem. Because it's illegal for a political campaign to conduct any kind of political activity or event at that cemetery. It looks like I dropped my vape under my desk. My God. What if I do this? What if I do this? I'll do this. Is this better for you? Is this better for everyone? I'm sorry I'm not good enough. Sorry I wear this stupid, shiny helmet.
Illegal.
Okay, what was I doing? Yes. Let's go on. So that was footage of the actual event. This is CBS Evening News.
Arlington National Cemetery is the most hallowed burial ground for our nation's fallen, a place where 400,000 veterans and their families are laid to rest. And politics is banned there. But now there's a political clash after a visit from former President Donald Trump with cameras, marking 3 years since a deadly suicide bombing in Afghanistan. Here's CBS's Nancy Cordes.
Sorry.
Defense officials tell CBS News that Trump staffers got, quote, aggressive, both verbally and physically on Monday in a confrontation with an Arlington National Cemetery official. It happened after former President Trump and his aides arrived at the nation's largest military cemetery with a campaign photographer, even though the law prohibits any filming there for partisan, political, or fundraising purposes. By Tuesday, Trump had posted a video of his visit, set to music, on TikTok, as campaign officials blamed the
This was on his
confrontation
TikTok?
on a cemetery staffer, who they said was, quote, clearly suffering from a mental health episode. Defense officials insist it was the campaign aides who were unprofessional, and a report has been filed. Trump's running mate, Senator...
Okay, now, more has been said about this in the last 24 hours. That was the most. That was the first. They were the first ones to report this, honestly. No one else was talking about this, aside from CBS Evening News, for whatever reason. But let's go to this now. This is CBC News from 9 hours ago. U.S. Army. Actually, let's just skip that. Let's go to here. Forbes breaking news from 7 hours ago. What's her name? Sabrina Singh, I think is her name. I always forget her name. But this is Pentagon spokesperson Sabrina something or other answering the question, quote unquote, did the Trump campaign break the law? Let's find out.
Tara. All right, I've got 3 topics for you, but first on the extra support to Secret Service.
Sure.
What does that mean in practical terms? Are we going to see National Guardsmen patrolling sites? What's been asked for?
For more specifics on that, Tara, I would direct you to the National Guard and Secret Service. I don't have that level of specificity. So I think Secret Service could better speak to their request on that. So I direct you there.
But
under
what authorities are they operating?
I direct you to Secret Service on that.
Okay. Secondly, to get back to the 3rd anniversary of Abbey Gate and the Trump campaign's appearance at Arlington National Cemetery, U.S. federal law says that Army national cemeteries will not be used in partisan or political activities. Did the Trump campaign break the law by filming an ad there?
Illegal. Look, for anything regarding any campaign ads, I would direct you to the campaign to speak to that, to the Trump campaign. What I can tell you is that, and I think the Army recently put out a statement earlier today that kind of went through what exactly happened in the incident. You can go on Arlington National Cemetery's website. It's very clear, the rules and regulations. What I'll say about the mission of those that work at Arlington National Cemetery, these are people who are dedicated to honoring our fallen heroes. And they maintain that hallowed ground. They work with the families in honoring those who have had their loved one lost. I'm just not going to go beyond what the Army has said, other than that, there was a report that was filed, but subsequently that person decided not to press charges, and so we're just going to, we stand by the Army statement that this matter is closed.
Why would the Army close the matter? If the person has decided not to press charges, the Army could still pursue it without that person pressing charges. But secondly, the fact of filming an ad on a national cemetery, if the Army doesn't further pursue this with either civil penalties or whatever can be done, what's to stop the next person from filming a political ad there?
Well, what I would say is the rules are very, very clear. They're also online and available on the Arlington National Cemetery website.
That's the second time you said that.
Thank you, Sabrina. That's not one that the department is making. That's for the Army to make. The Army considers this matter closed. The department stands behind the Army on that.
Weird choice. It's a very weird choice. Because clearly something illegal did happen here. And it's weird that the military, this seems political for the military to choose not to do something like that.
So, Sabrina, I'm trying to understand, in your understanding, what happened at the cemetery.
Yeah. And also, I'm sorry, you had also, just to go back to your earlier question on under the authorities, I directed
Here
the
we go.
National Guard on that because
Okay.
it's going to vary on location. So I'm sorry, I should have been a little bit more specific. I would just refer you to the National Guard under what authorities those guardsmen are going to operate. Thanks, Jeff, for the question. In terms of your question on what exactly happened, I'd refer you to the Army to speak more to the actual incident itself. My understanding is that the families had invited, a few guests to attend a ceremony earlier this week. And there was some type of incident that happened between an employee at the ANC and a member that was traveling with another group's party. For more details on that, I'd refer you to the Army. To
Specifically,
It's a very sanitized.
yeah, I think she's about to get to this here real quick. But I mean, it was not just some random person. It was a Trump aide. It's a Trump staffer who got into a physical altercation with a worker at the Arlington National Cemetery. I mean, that's what happened. They basically got in. I don't know if it might be exaggerating a little bit, but from what I heard, it sounded like it was basically just one step below like a fist fight.
What actually happened?
From my understanding,
was it verbal assault? Who did what?
From my understanding and from what the Army said is that an ANC employee who attempted to ensure adherence to the rules of the ANC was pushed aside. The employee acted with professionalism and decorum, but there was a bit of an incident that did happen.
So there are two different issues here. There's a potential assault charges that the person has decided not to bring, but there's also federal law that was broken, as Tara mentioned, filming a campaign ad or
Exactly. What about Tara's question? She made a great point.
using campaign propaganda with the backdrop of these of the cemetery. Can't the department refer that to the
Shouldn't
Justice
the
Department
department?
for
Shouldn't the department?
That's really, yes,
That's
that can
the-
happen, but that
but
is not
shouldn't
the
they?
decision that the
That's the
Army would
question
have to
we were
make,
asking
and that's
here.
not my understanding is that the Army is considering this matter closed. But in terms of, just to get to your broader question on political ads, that's not something that the department has a say over. That's something that gets adjudicated at the FEC level and between campaigns. So that, for anything that's used in an ad, I would refer you to the campaigns to speak to that.
Talk to the Trump campaign about that. Okay, Sabrina, weird. You're wondering who you picture Roger Stone. That would actually make sense. I could see Roger Stone pushing people out of the way and threatening them. In fact, I could see him doing a whole bunch of other stuff too. Oh, Roger. You're a silly man who should be nowhere near power and yet is seemingly just all up in there. Actually, wait, hold on. Sorry, I missed. No, go back. No, wrong one. Please go back. For the love of God. Oh, there it is. Nope, that's one too many. God damn it. All right, now this is, in fact, what the Army said.
The U.S. Army is criticizing the Donald Trump campaign today over a controversial visit to Arlington National Cemetery earlier this week. It said there was an incident involving a cemetery official after Trump's team broke the rules by filming and taking photos in an area considered off limits. The CBC's Katie Nicholson joins us live from Washington. So, Katie, the U.S. Army released a statement about this incident. What does it say?
Yeah, so
I said
Andrew, I think
about
the big
it.
takeaway here is the U.S. Army is really countering some of the Trump team's narrative about what happened on Monday. We have a little bit of the statement here for you. So essentially what it's saying is participants in the August 26th ceremony and the subsequent Section 60 visit were made aware of federal laws, Army regulations, and DoD policies which clearly prohibit political activities on cemetery grounds. And an ANC employee who attempted to ensure adherence to these rules was abruptly pushed aside. And it goes on to say that the employee acted with professionalism. That's important because the Trump campaign had previously disparaged the employee. They had said in other statements that she was despicable and suggested that she had suffered a mental health episode at the time. The Trump campaign had also pledged to release their footage of the incident, which so far they haven't done. Now, to be clear, Trump was there at Arlington National Cemetery at the invitation of some of the families of the 13 soldiers who were killed in an attack in Kabul during the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. And it involved a visit to a particularly sacred part of the cemetery, that's Section 60, where recent fallen soldiers are laid to rest. The campaign also released a TikTok of Trump at the cemetery that is likely in violation of these federal statutes that they reference in the U.S. Army statement. So it's unclear.
Okay. I think that wraps up what we're talking about here with all of this. So much big news in the United States to talk about today. We've barely gotten through anything. I feel like we've talked about 2 things. All right, let's get on with it. Let's go here. Now, while Donald Trump was and his campaign was desecrating the Arlington National Cemetery, J.D. Vance was at a campaign rally saying stuff as well. Let's go here.
The rooms. Idris, Reuters.
No. No, stop that, Sabrina. There we go. That's the one.
Good evening, Senator. Thanks for coming to Erie County, Pennsylvania. Philip Ward from Erie News Now. Senator,
Phil's one of the good guys, right?
Senator, how do you relate to Erie County voters, and what does a potential Trump-Vance administration mean for us locally?
Yeah. Well, it's funny. Driving through Erie, Pennsylvania, I could not help but think how much this reminds me of my hometown in Middletown, Ohio, right? And this, of course, is a town with a proud manufacturing and proud steelmaking tradition. By the way, why don't we keep American steel companies owned by America, right? But a proud manufacturing tradition, and all I could think driving through Erie is,
what does that mean?
This is a beautiful place.
Proud. He just randomly says proud manufacturing tradition. What do you have a proud manufacturing tradition in what? Manufacturing bullshit?
All I could think driving through Erie is, this is a beautiful place, but it has been left behind by a lot of stupid policies from people like Kamala Harris. And let's be honest, it's not just Kamala Harris. There was a consensus in this country
Or people like Peter
years
Thiel.
that we didn't need to make our own stuff. And so now everything
Or
from a
Donald
lot of
Trump.
the steel that we rely on to the drugs that we put in the bodies of our children, from ibuprofen to antibiotics, it's made by our adversaries instead of made by American workers. Wasn't that stupid? And the one person in politics in my lifetime who said, no more of this, we want to rely on Pennsylvania workers, was Donald J. Trump. And over 4 years of his leadership, we had a bigger boom for American manufacturing and American energy than we've seen. That benefits the people of Erie, Pennsylvania.
Wow. Yeah, is that right? It's not how I remember it. It's not how I remember it. I remember Donald Trump losing a bunch of jobs for a while. And then things got better. Hold on. Wait, where does he say? Oh, I think it's at the end, actually.
We had rising take-home pay and rising wages under the leadership of Donald Trump, and we had a world that was at relative peace and calm. And now we've got a world at war in seemingly every continent. Who's going to fight those wars? I guarantee you, it's not going to be Kamala Harris's family. It's going to be the people right here from Erie, Pennsylvania.
It's going to be the people that Donald Trump, in an illegal move, dishonored just 24 hours ago at Arlington National Cemetery. Okay, let's go on to this. This is Vance meeting with firefighters union. Let's see how that went.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Well, Semper Fi, guys. We got some. It sounds like we got some fans and some haters. That's okay. Listen.
It sounded like mostly booze. Not gonna lie. It's maybe I'm just hearing things, but it sounded like mostly booze. Let's hear it again.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Well, Semper Fi, guys. We got some. It sounds like we got some fans.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like there's a lot of fans in the room. Not gonna lie.
Haters, that's okay. Listen to what I have to say here, and I'll make my pitch. President Trump and I are proud to be the most pro-worker Republican ticket in history, and I want to talk about why we're fighting for working people.
It's not saying a lot, though. Being the most pro-worker Republican ticket in history is like, I'm trying to think of what a good. It's a good analogy. My brain's breaking live. I can't think of a good analogy. Fucking. I can't think right now.
Why we're going to fight for unions and non-union alike. After supporting Democrats for so long in this union, what has it gotten you? Over the past 70 years, union membership in this country, and this is not a good thing, but it has declined. The influence of unions has declined, and the wages
and that's
of working
Democrats'
people, union
fault.
and non-union alike, have not kept.
He said 70 years, right? How many presidents were there in 70 years? What is that divided by? I mean, I can't think. We're gonna go all the way back. 54, so 1954 till now. The last 70 years. How many presidents? A dozen, more than a, like, I feel like it's at least like a dozen plus. It's like, I can't think of all of them off the top of my head, but it's a lot. And at least half of them are Republican. But it's all Democrats' fault, of course. Because that's how everything
with
works.
The pace of inflation over the last 3.5 years. So I want to ask you a question that Donald Trump asked America in 2016, what the hell do you have to lose? You all are the
crickets.
Of
I'm
America.
sorry. Hold on. They did not milk that enough.
So I want to ask you a question that Donald Trump asked America in 2016, what the hell do you have to lose?
Literally nothing. Like, no applause, no sounds, nothing from anybody in the audience. They're all like, just staring him in his face, in his very, very annoying face. Doesn't seem like people are a big fan here at this particular firefighters union. The most pro-seal orca. Exactly, like the most pro-seal orca. Thank you. The most pro-chicken fox. These are all very good references. I was going to say the most pro-gazelle lion, but I thought that wasn't that good. But everybody else is using wildlife references, so maybe I should have just trusted my instincts. Okay, let's see here. Oh, this is hilarious. Let's watch this. This is Forbes breaking news from 8 hours ago. J.D. Vance reacts to refusal of Wisconsin Election Commission to remove RFK Jr. from the ballot.
What? Illegal.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here, y'all want to see me take some questions from the media? All right, let's do it. Now, I always say I'd like to start with the local reporters and the local TV channels if we can. So let's start there, and we'll take some questions from the national folks after that.
Senator Vance, Carl Winter from NBC 26 here in Green Bay.
Hey, Carl.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will remain on the ballot here in Wisconsin. The Wisconsin Election Commission says, despite him trying to get off of it in swing states. How do you think that affects yours and former President Trump's campaign?
Well, first of all, are we thrilled to have the endorsement of RFK and Tulsi Gabbard? We are. It's funny, as much as the media says that Trump is the candidate of division, the reality is that we, from Nikki Haley and Brian Kemp to RFK and Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump is the candidate of common sense and cutting out the craziness. We're thrilled to have support from across the political spectrum. I mean, look, I think it's ridiculous that RFK has endorsed Donald Trump. He has petitioned to be taken off the Wisconsin ballot, but a bunch of bureaucrats are going to keep his name on the ballot because they think it'll hurt Donald Trump. I think we're going to win Wisconsin anyway.
Do you remember, so long ago, it's hard to remember, but geez, I have this vague memory of Republicans crying. Not literally, well, some of them were crying. Most of them were just crying out into the night and onto the televisions about how it was illegal and it was a coup for them to take Joe Biden off of the ballot. It was unacceptable. You can't do it. It's too close to the election. How can you do it? And now they're like, how can you leave RFK on the, how can you possibly do that? Well, that's unacceptable. It's too close. It's like a month and a half later. Oh, it's amazing. It's something to behold. All right, now let's go on to talking about a few other things relating to the economy and stuff like that. There's a few labor things going on as well, transportation related stuff. Start here. In Canada, CBC News from 2 days ago. Canadian credit card debt climbs to the highest level since 2007. According to Equifax reports. So you'd think they would be the people to know. Of all the people who would know. Pretty sure it's them. Whoops, this is the wrong one. Sorry. Oh shit, why isn't it switching? Switch.
Credit card debt is rising across the country, especially among younger Canadians. That's according to a new survey out today by Equifax. CBC's Scott Peterson has the details.
Rising credit card debt levels and also rising default rates are two canaries in a coal mine that Bank of Canada, a lot of economists are worried about. Worst case scenario as far as Canadians loading up on debt on their credit cards, and that's expensive to service. Let's take a look at these details from Equifax this morning as far as Canadians' rising debt levels pretty much across the board. Credit cards, though, continue.
Sorry, chat. Hold on one second. The software is not switching over for us, so we're stuck on you just staring at my beautiful face. There we go.
to be the primary driver of rising debt. We now have accumulated $122 billion worth of debt there. That's up almost 14% from this time last year. And again, that's the worst kind of debt people are paying.
Yeah, seriously.
From 20 to 26.
And actually, hold on. I'm going to let this go
to service
further.
that debt. Average credit card balance is about $4,300. That's the highest level it's been since 2007. Now, the overall default rates, while still low in the neighborhood of about 2%, are rising. They're up 21% over this time last year. And it's not just younger Canadians that are having trouble with rising debt levels. It is on the rise as well for mortgage holders, spiking 12% for their credit card debt, indicating that mortgage holders having debt already have nowhere else to go but to turn to the high interest rates of credit cards. Now, overall, our debt as Canadians is up just over 4% across the board. And really, this is an indication, and probably watched by the Bank of Canada at the same time, as far as their next.
Okay, so one thing that they were saying in this piece, if you heard it, was that homeowners had essentially chosen to go to credit cards rather than reverse mortgages due to changes in, partially and due to regulations, but also increased interest rates on homes and and essentially now they're racking up credit card debt, at least in Canada. I'm pretty sure it's the same in the United States to some degree as well. And that's much, much worse in terms of actual debt. Because of the interest rates specifically, in terms of like if you're trying to pay these things back. Green New Deal was third. Great job. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So this is not a good sign. In fact, this is, credit card rates are much, much higher than real estate loans, which sounds insane, but is in fact very true. The Twitch notifications are very visible on this particular screen, aren't they? Very noticeable. Let's go here. This is NBC Bay Area from 21 hours ago. Allstate gets the okay to raise California home insurance rates by 34%.
Right now at 11, it's about to get a lot harder to afford home insurance in the Bay Area. Allstate gets the green light for the highest rate hike California has seen in years.
So if your homeowner's insurance is through Allstate, you could see your bill go up by 34%, and it's going to happen soon. NBC's Jocelyn Moran joins us now in the newsroom with the details. Jocelyn.
Now, we spoke with homeowners tonight who say they are running out of options here. The rate hike depends on where you live. Here in the Bay Area, the biggest hikes are expected in parts of Napa and Sonoma counties, but even in the South Bay, policyholders will feel the effects when it comes time to renew.
I've been living in this area for over 15 years now, and I have noticed a significant increase in the rates for home insurance.
For more than 350,000 policyholders in California, home insurance rates are about to get higher. That's because the California Department of Insurance is allowing the state's sixth largest home insurer, Allstate, to raise home insurance rates by an average of 34%. It's the largest increase by a major insurer in the past 3 years.
Yeah, it's fucking huge. And this is across the board for all of Allstate's policies. Right? This isn't a particular individual rate, which could go up by much more. They could always get those things approved. We've seen examples of people's rates going up 100+% in just a year. In all sorts of places. Not just California. It's worse in Canada. You're having a kitchen table recession. Well, the United States is having a kitchen table recession too. And if those recent employment number revisions are right, it's getting closer to being a real recession. So we'll see about all that. I wouldn't go counting any recession chickens quite yet. All right, whatever. Let's not do comparative recessions. We're both having trouble. We're like intrinsically linked. Your government already shot down a cap. I remember reading about, not reading about that, but I think I saw a video about that. But there was some action being taken against grocers who had been making illegal, like, colluding happen, right? I could have sworn I saw that. Okay, so I'm getting distracted. Let's keep moving. Let's go here. CBS Miami from 2 days ago. Expanding rapid mass transit. Where do we go from here? Well, let's talk about it. No, not that. Please hold. There we go.
Right now. On the West 6, it's been a week since South Floridians voted in favor of expanding rapid mass transit in Miami-Dade. Specifically, we're talking about Metro Rail and Metro Mover, but it raised more questions than answers.
Yeah, questions like what's the next step, where would the money come from, and when would the expansion begin? CBS News Miami's Yvonne Taylor joins us from Northwest Miami-Dade with reaction tonight. Yvonne?
And no question, those are valid questions indeed. So Jim and Lauren, we went with those questions to the sponsor of the bill, or the question, which is Commissioner Oliver Gilbert, considering that 80% of the voters said yes in the ballot. So we not only talked to him, but also those who benefit from the service. This is not only what makes George Mitchell's life easier, it's how he avoids dealing with Miami-Dade County's traffic.
I think that the Metro Rail system should run all the way to county line.
And he's not the only one who thinks like that.
There's a lot of people coming from every other place now in Miami.
Miami-Dade County residents voted in favor of expanding the county's public transit system last week.
I'm in support of that. I voted in favor of it.
Daryl Payne not only wants it expanded, he says this is a solution to time wasted on the roads.
We need more projects like this.
And we need to have more of an infrastructure. And we never built it out the right way.
Others wanted to get to farther destinations.
But I really think if we run that transit train all the way to county line, it will really alleviate some problems.
We know that we have to find ways to mitigate congestion in Miami-Dade County.
Miami-Dade County.
I love how the only way that Florida officials are capable of talking about and or framing this issue is talking about congestion, like vehicle congestion. They can't talk about the impact on the climate or the societal benefit to it. It's just, it would be better people, there was less traffic. That's the only good reason. Now, of course, we know many of the other benefits that exist with having transit systems like this and having them being good and accessible to all people. Let's keep talking about transportation. Here's an interesting story. Here's 6 ABC Philadelphia from a day ago. Lamborghini owner sues New York City after getting $800 noise violation ticket. Whoa, don't skip past this. What's happening? That was rude. I knew something bad was about to happen. This is...
Canada said this week.
Unacceptable.
Well, a New York man is suing the city after getting a ticket because his car apparently
is too loud.
Aw.
And that car's a $300,000 Lamborghini, and he says it came that way. Anthony Aquilino was slapped with an $800 fine after a noise camera at the Lincoln Tunnel picked up the rumble of his Lamborghini. He says that's unreasonable because he did nothing to modify the car, and he can't make it any quieter.
Oh, this is so sad. This poor guy. Oh, he spent $500,000 on his car. He needed it so that he could improve his personality, which is clearly lacking. And, yeah. I mean, fact is if you're spending $500,000 on a car, you would think that you'd have enough time to figure out how loud it is and whether or not it would cause you these kinds of problems. I think if you have that much money, you'd be smart enough, but usually that's just not the case.
You see the car right now is how it was delivered from Lamborghini, from Italy to America.
Oh.
Over the last 2 years, the city has been...
This poor guy. What a terrible, sad situation for him. I am crying right now. You can't see it. Crying in my helmet. Quiet, sad tears. Technical difficulties. I'm not seeing any technical difficulties. What's happening? Is anybody else having technical difficulties right now? Okay, well, no one's saying anything about the... Although, you might be behind me right now, so... Maybe other people are having problems? I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna switch this. Let's go to this. Alright, this is Reuters from 20 hours ago. Tesla asking Canada for lower tariff on its China-made cars.
China?
Canada said this week it was imposing a 100% tariff on EVs imported from China, including vehicles made there by Tesla. But a Reuters source says Elon Musk's firm had approached Ottawa ahead of the announcement, seeking a lower rate. The company reportedly wanted something similar to its deal in the EU, where it faces a tariff of just 9%. That compares with rates of up to around 36% for other Chinese EV imports. The source.
Love it. Love how Elon Musk wants to be treated differently than everybody else, even though he's benefiting from all the same stuff that Chinese companies are benefiting from. As it relates to his China exported cars, all of them are A, subsidized by the Chinese government, B, benefiting from the supply chain sort of benefits that China happens to have in its country, access to all sorts of things like battery manufacturing and chip manufacturing and all these other shit, and the cheap labor. He benefits from all of those things. C, A, B, and C. All right, let's go on to this. This is It was a Biden official clarifying the U.S. role in Canada's new tariff on Chinese EVs, which is purported to be 100%.
Well, ahead of a busy holiday travel weekend, Flight attendants for the largest airline at Denver International announced they voted to authorize a strike.
Denver 7's Colette Bordelon joins us live from DIA tonight. Colette, United says this will not impact travelers.
It's expected to be a record-breaking Labor Day holiday weekend here at DIA. From Thursday through Tuesday, more than 400,000 people expected to pass through these TSA checkpoints. And DIA, of course, a United hub. But just because of that strike or authorization vote, you won't be missing a flight this weekend, at least.
Pictures of a picket at DIA on Wednesday.
We felt the power of solidarity.
I'm sorry, chat. I just got super distracted and somehow clicked the wrong video, and also didn't notice for 30 seconds just now. We already talked about this, didn't we? No, we talked about this. Oh, we talked about this earlier today in the other stream. Did this other video get taken down? Because I could have sworn I went straight to this. Oh no, here it is. I must have double clicked. That's my bad.
Ken Moritsugu with the AP. I want to ask about the 100% tariff that the Canadian government put on Chinese EVs earlier this week. It was reported that you had met with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and encouraged Canada to go forward with that. Did that come up at all during these talks? Did the Chinese side complain about it or the timing? And if so, how did you respond?
First of all, Canada is a sovereign country that makes its own sovereign decisions, and it would be quite an extraordinary power to show up on a Sunday evening and produce a major trade policy move on a Monday morning.
It would be extraordinary, wouldn't it?
The right way to look at this is I was there for a pre-scheduled cabinet retreat to speak with them. They took independent action. It was not at my behest.
The best way to look at this is I just happened to be there. It was totally planned. Don't read into it at all.
Or anything that I did or said that made that happen. That was a determination that they made. I did make the point while I was in Canada.
Canada just wanted more expensive cars, you know, and they did this all on their own, is what he's saying.
I'd make it standing here today that we have concerns relative to EVs, both with respect to security issues and overcapacity issues. We've been public and transparent about that.
Okay. Now, let's move along here. Talk about, actually, where are we at right now? I'm going to take a quick break. Okay. Well, I hope everybody is enjoying the stream. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Really helps out. And if you'd like to help out even more, you can do so by becoming a Galactic patron. These patrons are essentially the only thing keeping me from poverty right now. Just a few US dollars a month can help the cause. And if everybody who subscribed to this channel became a Galactic patron, well, we'll be able to have Galactic News Network forever and ever. And you might be asking yourself, well, what do I get for becoming a Galactic patron? Well, you get all sorts of great stuff. You get to add pics and gifts like you see here behind me. You know, hang out by the pool or by the bar, in the lake, or in the street, any of these Galactic places. Also, you get shout-outs at the end of every stream, access to Galactic content, a secret Discord channel, and so much more. I'm also on Twitch, and if you would rather, you can become a subscriber on Twitch or donate via that app. Alright, chat. Quick galactic break. Alright, chat. Let's get to the rest of the news. What do you say? Well, we got some environmental stuff here to talk about today. Let's start with... start on the West Coast. King 5 Seattle. Beavers helping to restore ecosystems.
Well, beavers are gaining some new respect for their role in creating healthy ecosystems, with some even dubbing them nature's engineers. Well, now one researcher is using artificial intelligence to find where these creatures are working their magic and helping to revitalize areas once burned by wildfires. Brad Hicks shows you how beavers have gone high-tech.
Emily Fairfax is taking us to a miracle in the Colorado mountains.
This is one of their water highways.
A beaver habitat that was surrounded by the biggest wildfire in the state's history.
So what I'm out here doing today is first checking to see if the beavers are still here. It's been about 4 years since the fire.
The hillsides are still charred, but the beaver habitat is green, lush, and thriving.
We struggled to fight this fire. And we struggled to protect structures of our own, but the beavers here are protecting their house and then this entire wetland ecosystem just through their normal engineering behaviors.
By following the lead of beavers and building on what they've built, scientists believe we can improve our own resilience to wildfires.
It's only very recently that we've really seriously thought about the fact that beavers are preserving thousands of kilometers squared of area during wildfire.
To do that, they need to know where the beavers are, which for decades has meant mapping each beaver dam manually.
Look at this thing.
It can be thousands and thousands of beaver dams in a single watershed. So this was massively time consuming. We need to be more nimble than that as scientists. So what we're doing now and what my lab is really interested in is using artificial intelligence to find where are these beaver ponds.
With 100 lines of code, she has created a computer that can detect beaver dams. When it makes mistakes, it learns from those mistakes.
It's
AGI, or not AGI, but AI for beavers, huh? Okay. Not something that I was expecting. Now, let's talk about another problem.
Hey man, we got another code brown in the wave pool.
Please wait. Wait. Stop. God damn it. Why do you suck so much? I hate you, YouTube. Why don't you just pause when I want you to pause? It's so rude.
How rude.
What's happening? Sorry, hold on. I gotta fix something. This is acting up again, but in a new way that I've never seen before. Wait, bish? Wait. Beavers are considered fish by Catholics? Come on, that can't be real. That can't possibly be a true story. Where did you hear this? Alright, let's talk about something else that is also true about beavers. That is that they cannot stand the sound of running water.
Hey man, we got another code brown in the wave pool.
We should probably keep an eye on that guy, right?
Nah, it seems fine. Nah, I take that back. Okay, now let's talk about the heat wave that's been going on in the Midwest.
From the Midwest now moving into the east. Severe storms moving into the Northeast too. And tonight, record set in Chicago. In fact, the feel-like reading there, 115 degrees. Tonight, more than 80 million Americans are on alert. The heat index tomorrow, the feel-like reading with the humidity combined in the triple digits from the south all the way up to the Northeast. New York City will feel close to 100 tomorrow. And of course, the storms, large hail and damaging winds, all possible. So Ginger Z has the forecast, and Alex Perez in Chicago tonight.
Tonight, more than 80 million Americans is sweltering in the heartland as a life-threatening late summer heat wave spreads east, breaking records. Chicago under an excessive heat warning for the second day in a row, where it felt like 115 degrees this afternoon.
It's really hard to kind of just like breathe and grasp air. It was almost like this humid mixed with the warmth. Not something we're used to in Chicago.
Chicago Public Schools officials canceling all outdoor activities.
I consider the highest risk demographic the adolescents who are exercising outdoors, who are pushing themselves.
For many students this week, the school day ending early because of hot classrooms.
I think the coolest temperature that I took was 78 degrees, and that was at 7:30 this morning.
The nation's largest power grid operator, PJM Interconnection, issuing an alert to providers in 13 states plus Washington, D.C., warning of conditions that may require all generators to operate at their maximum output capability.
That's hot.
Okay. Let's go on. Talk about this, which happened earlier in the day, Thursday. This is from Denver 7 from 9 hours ago. High winds and possibly a tornado derailing 43 train cars in North Dakota. This is insane. Tornado season's supposed to be over. Okay, let's go here. Totally normal. Just an entire train knocked over on its side. Nothing weird happening here. This is fucking insane. I can't believe that what I'm looking at right now. It's just the entire fucking train.
I wonder how they want to train like that.
This guy got a kid in the car? Holy fuck. Okay.
It is going to be headed right back up. Third day in a row, triple-digit heat. This will be the first time we've done that since 2012. And potentially record-breaking heat since the 1800s.
No, yeah, so if we hit 100 today, that ties the record from the 1800s. And yeah, if we hit 3 days in a row, yeah, that very hot summer of 2012.
Oh, hands down. But thankfully, we've had a break from the humidity, but it's going to slowly increase over the next several days.
Yeah, but right now in Nashville, quiet, so not too bad for that walk into school this morning or the ride into school. But then later today at Nashville, number pushes up to right around the 100-degree mark, tying the record if it does so. Tomorrow, the record is also 100. We're going to shoot for 97 for tomorrow. Then those temperatures more seasonable as we head into Labor Day weekend.
So yeah, Tennessee here having record temperatures. Sorry I didn't mention who this was. This is, I believe, Tennessee News Channel 5. Okay, is that lagging? It's lagging. Why is that lagging? I can see it lagging now. What the fuck? Has it been doing that? How long has it been doing that for? Why is this happening? Why am I being repressed right now? Fine, I'll switch over here. Something is wrong. I don't understand what. That's incredibly annoying. What the fuck? This appears to be running perfectly fine. The lava lamp is running a-okay. I don't know why it looks... I don't know why that screen was looking all fucked up. Look, lava lamp. Lava lamp is fine. That is our stream health bar. Okay, well then, let's push on. Let's go here. This is AccuWeather from 7 hours ago. tropical trouble brewing in Atlantic ahead of peak season.
It feels like I've been in hibernation the last couple of weeks. Not a whole lot of activity at all, so it's good to be back, but it looks like things are really going to be ramping up here as we head towards the statistical peak of the hurricane season, which is September 10th. You can see that graph there. It's like you're going up a roller coaster, up, all the way up until September 10th, and then it's coming down from there, but looks like things are really going to be ramping up here.
All right, let's take the first system. We've been talking about this all week. An area of showers and thunderstorms now around 40 degrees west. One thing that I've noticed, Alex, is that on the infrared satellite picture, you've seen yellows, oranges, and reds for a pretty long period of time. And that tells us that this tropical wave, at the very least, is holding its own.
It certainly is, and that's kind of been the problem for much of the year here, is these tropical waves have been actually pretty robust, but they roll off of Africa and then they hit that Saharan dust that we've been talking about for weeks and weeks, and they just fall apart. So they really haven't been able to make much headway or develop across the Atlantic as they've come west.
Now, take a look at this, Alex. Maybe some dry air along the northern periphery, but it has a river or a little area off to the west where there's not much dry air. You see blue and white, and that means there's enough moisture at the very least to keep this system, let's say, viable.
It certainly does, and if you looked at this map a few weeks ago, almost the entire map would have been orange or red. But now we're starting to see that dry air starting to wane as we head towards the peak of the hurricane season. More tropical waves are starting to come off of Africa, and I think we have to watch each and every one of these, including this first one, for development here within the next couple of days.
There's the wind shear product. There is some dark purple, southern edge of that, but what I see is also a ribbon of light purple.
Okay. So there are some small developments happening in the Atlantic right now. Nothing yet that's threatening the United States. Now, let's go on to this. Let's go down south to Brazil. Months after those floods that we were looking at, things are not back to as they were.
For months, Milton do Nascimento and his family have called this bridge in Porto Alegre home. They're just over 900 feet away from their old house, now uninhabitable, destroyed in the unprecedented flooding that hit southern Brazil in May.
Oh my God.
More than 180 people were killed, and more than
Look
half
at
a
that.
million people were driven from their homes.
You know, I've been wondering what things looked like inside of these houses. A lot of them were just inundated with water for so long, and it hasn't been in the news recently. But seeing this is if this is how it looks in all the houses that we saw that were surrounded by those disgusting looking floodwaters. Oh my God, the entire stove is just covered in what looks like dry shit.
180 people were killed, and more than 500,000 people were driven from their homes, including the Nascimentos. While shelters are available, the family fears having their possessions looted. They also worry about their 44 animals: 3 pigs, 24 goats, 2 boars, 5 horses, and 10 dogs. That's complicating the search for a new place to live for Milton, his wife Gabriela, and stepdaughter Natalia.
I came here because I'm crazy. I'm crazy about animals. I'm the crazy person here.
Animals are considered a business or money around here, but not for me. I consider animals as my family. I prefer to stay here with them than to risk sending them to a shelter where they might never return to me. But naturally, it's difficult because they arrived sick, with hunger and cold. But I was in the same situation as them. My family stayed together. I told Gabriela, go to a shelter, go wherever they want to take you, I'll stay here with them. But she said no. We had to stay together.
Jeez. So yeah, they're living underneath a bridge. Living underneath the fucking bridge. Because their house is filled with mud. And a lot of that mud, well, we talked about it during the floods. But due to how much water there was, all of the sewers were flooded as well. Much of what was in them circulated into the rest of the water that was around these cities. And so it's sort of like a Katrina situation, like a lot of contamination. A lot of stuff needs to be fucking cleaned up before anybody can possibly move back into anything. If it's even possible in some cases. Because of how long it's gone and how some of these places are built to whatever degree. I mean, a lot of them are just houses, right? So you hope that there's things that can be done, but you know, each situation is different, of course. Okay, now let's go over to Bolivia while we're in South America. Talk about these wildfires, which we talked about yesterday, as they have gotten worse. Families are now fleeing their homes as fires ravage Santa Cruz.
Farmers in Bolivia's lowland region of Santa Cruz are evacuating the region as wildfires continue to rip through forests in the area. Now, the nation has recorded the largest number of wildfire outbreaks in the last 14 years. So far, more than 3 million hectares of land have already burned, with peak fire season still ahead. Emergency officials have been working to counter the blazes, evacuating villages as fires tear through the landscape. Countries across South America are bracing for an intense fire season that usually peaks in August and September before spring rains arrive. The Bolivian government is now calling for international aid as many indigenous communities try to protect their cropland.
My other son's pasture is completely burning. We beg the Virgin and Jesus Christ for rain so that the pastures can bounce back. What can we do? We don't know when will it rain. Which day, which date, if in this month or in September, God only knows. Okay. It's unfortunate. Too many wildfires happening across the planet right now. All right, let's go to some other places here around the world. First, let's go to Greece. Northern Greece faces significant water crisis as drought persists. Wait. Sorry, no, Italy first. My bad. Then we'll do Greece.
Extreme heat and drought. This year in Italy, the product of olive oil, one of the fundamental ingredients of the Mediterranean diet, will suffer heavy consequences from water scarcity. The region of Apulia in the south of Italy is responsible for around 50% of the national olive oil production, but the drought has been felt harshly here. Pietro Leone manages an agricultural company in the province of Foggia with around 100 hectares planted with olive trees. This year, low rainfall has seriously impacted olive production, and next November's harvest promises to be poorer than the previous year.
Quest'anno come produzione è scarsa, è molto meno di quelle dell'anno
See, the
scorso,
production is
perché
much less than it was last year because of the water stress that we have been experiencing for a couple of years.
E poi abbiamo avuto
And then we had 2 horrific days
durante la fioritura che
during flowering in which
parecchie
several
varietà non hanno
varieties
legato.
didn't bind.
E quest'anno abbiamo
This year we have 50 to 80% less production.
The Capaccio Dam is the closest to the city of Foggia and supplies water to the entire province for industry, irrigation and drinking purposes. It is fed by a stream that transports rainwater into the reservoir. Today, this dam is practically empty and contains just 2.5 million cubic meters of water compared to the usual 17 million cubic meters.
Ooh, that's bad.
What little there is comes from last winter.
That's like, what, 12%?
This year, the dam did not fill. The other 3 reservoirs in the province of Foggia are only 50% full.
Abbiamo avuto, anziché 300...
Yeah, you want more than 12% water, or at least of the expected amount. Now let's go to Greece. Talk about what's been going on there, as they are having a seemingly identical problem.
Northern Greece is facing a significant water crisis owing to prolonged drought conditions exacerbated by successive heat waves and a lack of rainfall. Until recently, Lake Picrolimni in northern Greece was a popular destination for mud baths, but this summer it's just cracked earth.
It hasn't rained at all or dried up. It used to have a lot of water. People would come to swim.
The shoreline of Lake Doirani, which straddles Greece's northern border with North Macedonia, has receded by 300 meters.
I feel,
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
That was a little weird, bit of deja vu there. Pretty much the exact same story from 2 different men in 2 different countries. No rain, 2 years, causing serious droughts.
Recent years. In Halkidiki, the olive grove of Dimitris Papadakis is also suffering from drought. 6 weeks before harvest, he and his son have to transport water by truck. And in near the Dia town in Halkidiki, a very popular tourist area, locals use all sorts of ways to cope with frequent household water cuts.
I use a circular economy. I wash my dishes and then use the dishwater in the yard. I have showers in a basin and pour the water into the yard because otherwise everything would dry out. Wow. She's reusing her shower water for the yard. Saving water wherever she can. No kidding. Dams are failing all over the place because of too much or too little water. Yep. You are correct. Now, let's talk about a place regarding exactly that situation. Styx Dragon, thank you for helping segue me into more. Here is Reuters from 14 hours ago discussing the floods happening in Sudan after a dam broke following extreme rains. Oh, wait, I almost forgot. You know, no, we'll do this one tomorrow, I guess.
This is how some
oh
residents
my
have
God.
been escaping deadly
You're kidding
floods
me.
in Sudan's Toka city. A dramatic rope climb up one side of what was once a bridge. Toka, in Sudan's Red Sea state, was cut off after flash floods destroyed the main highway to Port Sudan. For those who have lost their homes, that severed their way out. Tahar Ohaj is a local leader.
The trucks are stuck and there isn't a way to cross, and people are going up and down using ropes. People are affected because of the property they lost and their belongings that were washed away by the flood. They're tired and have nothing.
The floods have affected more than 300,000 people nationwide, of whom 118,000 have been displaced, according to UN estimates earlier this week. That's as this year's rainy season hits more heavily and in some places earlier than in previous years.
Of course, all of this is being exacerbated by climate change. Here we are. Yes, here we are. We are here in space. Power Report raid. Welcome, people from Power Report. Welcome to the Galactic Stream Nation. And if you subscribe to the channel, you can become official part of the Galactic Space Fams. No, I said Galactic Space Fams. It's just Space Fams. Alright, let's go on here. Not just Sudan where there's flooding happening. Multiple places. Let's go to Yemen, as they were hit by flooding as well recently. Dozens of people are apparently missing. Here's Al Jazeera English from a day ago.
Three dams collapsed, and dozens of houses were swept away, along with many lives, in Yemen's northwestern province, Al-Mahwit. Landslides and flash floods hit the Heist district after more than 24 hours of heavy rain.
The floods came and swept everything we have, our belongings, beds, and the food we used to have. The flood left us with nothing.
This comes only a few weeks after swathes of Yemen's northern provinces, Hodeidah and Hajjah, were left submerged in water. At least 45 people died, and more than 12,000 homes were damaged. More than quarter...
Wow. We looked at this when it first happened, and those numbers really went up drastically since then.
1 million people have been affected by the flooding, according to the UN, with more rain predicted. While fears are mounting that the situation could trigger a cholera epidemic. This clinic has faced an influx of hundreds of suspected cholera patients since the floods began.
What? Okay, now let's go to Bangladesh and discuss a lie. Seemingly everything. Okay, I'm being a little bit dramatic, but am I? Here's just this is footage from a few days ago. Reposted, I think, by the AP archive. You can see people carrying their families on makeshift rafts, wading through waist-deep water. The situation is grave. There is a lot of aid. But if we're not able to rescue those who are stuck, who will we give it to? they will get the relief for that. They will survive. We don't have boats here. I want all of Bangladesh to send more boats. Yeah, they need the boats to save the people. Alright, let's keep talking about Bangladesh. This is most recent story showing the waters finally receding here in Bangladesh. This is from yesterday? 17 hours ago. Water started to recede in Bangladesh. This is receded waters. I mean, yeah, I mean, technically compared to what it was before. Now it's like a little wading pool, I guess you might call it. I don't know. Wow, look at these freaking images. Is it lagging again? Maybe not. So that's what AP is calling receding waters. I don't know. Seems like a lot of water still to me. Okay. Now let's go to Japan. As they have recently been hit by a powerful typhoon called Shanshan, which has made landfall in southern Japan. Started just yesterday, this DW News.
In other news, people in Japan are hunkering down in the face of the strongest typhoon to hit the country this year. Typhoon Shanshan has torn into Japan's southern Kyushu island and is expected to head north over the coming days. Over 55,000 people have been evacuated and hundreds of flights grounded. Authorities have issued the strongest level alert for extreme winds and potential storm surges. Sonia Blaszka is a journalist based in Japan. She joins me now from Hiroshima. Welcome to you, Sonia. The typhoon's made landfall in the south of the country. Tell us, what's the latest?
Yes, it's one of the strongest typhoons we've seen in a long time, and it's affecting a region that is very rural, where there are a lot of wooden houses, so there's more danger than in other places to see damage. And you've shown pictures of some of the damages, like broken trees and pieces of metal that were just thrown around by the strong wind. There was also some reporting on potential tornado damage. The authorities are still investigating the reason for some of the damage. Landslides are always a huge issue when it comes to typhoons, which bring a lot of strong rain. And yes, authorities and people in the area are also warning of further issues because of the strong rain. There have been power outages. People are stuck in hotels, in accommodation, without electricity, without air conditioning in the hottest season of the year. So yes, people in the path of the typhoon are now bracing for what's to come next for them.
Okay, now let's look at what actually came next. How do you handle the global problems while being in orbit? I do my very best. It can be a struggle. I feel like it's lagging a little bit. I'm gonna ignore it, but it's bugging me. It's bugging me just a little bit. The only way I can fix it is by ending the stream. I don't want to do that, so we're just going to keep powering through this. Let's go here. This is the Associated Press from 19 hours ago. Damn, that's a lot of water. Holy shit. Hold on, I have more footage of this. This is France 24.
As ominous clouds rolled in and palm trees clung to their roots, Typhoon Shanshan made landfall in Japan. Torrential rains and tempestuous winds swept across Kyushu, the southernmost main island, on Thursday morning, with gusts reaching more than 200 kilometres per hour.
That's fast.
Upending structures and vehicles and threatening large-scale disaster. In Fukuoka, umbrellas, raincoats and gumboots were a must for residents braving the conditions. And across southern, western and central Japan, nearly 1 million people were ordered to evacuate as authorities sounded the highest category of warning for what's been deemed the country's most powerful typhoon of the year.
Unprecedented storm winds, high waves and storm surges are expected. The highest level of caution is required.
Shanshan has already left nearly 250,000 households without power, injured dozens and claimed several lives. 3 members of a family died on Wednesday before the typhoon made landfall, when the slow-moving system brought heavy rains and caused a landslide, burying a house in the central city of Gamagori. 2 people were rescued, 1 with serious injuries.
Oh, God.
And tens of thousands of passengers have been affected by cancelled flights and train services.
Okay, let's go here. This is, I think, the Associated Press again. No, Reuters, sorry. Millions evacuated as deadly typhoon Shanshan slams into Japan. Too much water, yes, much too much water.
More than 5 million people have been told to evacuate from their homes
everywhere.
As Typhoon Shanshan
Water.
lashed southwest Japan on Thursday. After hovering over the southerly Kyushu island for the next few days, the storm is expected to approach Tokyo around the weekend, the country's weather agency said. Strong winds and heavy rain knocked out power and forced major factories to close. Authorities warned Shanshan could be one of the strongest ever storms to hit the region, as they assessed the death toll and reported scores left injured. Toyota suspended operations in all of its domestic plants due to the storm, while Nissan, Honda and chipmakers Renesas and Tokyo Electron also temporarily halted production at some factories. The typhoon produced gusts of up to 112 miles per hour, according to the weather agency.
All right, now this is the last video I have on this typhoon. It's still just barely making landfall around the time that these videos are coming out. But holy shit. Yeah, this was 6 hours after that last one. Good God. Sorry, I forgot to read. I was too blown away by the change in the holy fuck. Okay, so yeah, like I was saying, this was about 6 hours after that last one came out. Millions have been ordered to evacuate their homes as Typhoon Shanshan pummels southwest Japan with howling winds and heavy rain, bringing gusts of about 50 meters per second. Authorities have warned it could be one of the strongest ever storms to hit the region. In Miyazaki, footage showed emergency services parked in a street laden with debris. Oh, fuck. This video of a park in Miyazaki showed the damage wreaked by Shanshan. Scattered debris could be seen alongside infrastructure damage, including to overhead cabling. Heavy rainfall caused parts of Kagoshima to flood. Shanshan is expected to move towards the central and eastern regions of Japan, including the capital Tokyo, over the next few days. Holy fuck, the whole island's supposed to get hit. Wow. Well, I will try and keep you all updated with what's happening with that situation. Thoughts and prayers to the people in Japan right now. best I got here from my space station. I hope they all find a way to shelter. Alright, how are we doing on time? 3.5 hours in. I think what we'll do is do we take a break now? I feel like we're always taking breaks. Do we need a break, chat? Do we need a break? Not you and me, not like literally, but like, do we need a moment here to recover ourselves after all that? Or do you want to go straight into the global news? I'll give you all a chance. 1, if you want a break. 2, if you do not. Duck shower? What is a duck shower? It's just the rain? You just run out into the rain. Anybody? Alright, we'll just keep it going. We'll just keep it going. It's fine. That's fine. My prayers count extra because I'm closer to God. Wow. Never thought of it like that. B-Cat needs a break. That's good enough for me. We'll take a break. Alright, well I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. After 6 months, still not at 500 subscribers on this channel, and somehow we need to get there. Otherwise, the Galactic News Network might just fade away into the void. One way you can help the Galactic News Network from fading into the void is by becoming a member on Patreon. That's right, for just a few dollars a month. That's right, $123 US dollars a month. You can not only get the satisfaction of helping keep the Galactic News Network alive, but also gain access to a myriad of galactic benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way. Things like adding GIFs and pics to scenes that you see here, shoutouts, exclusive content, secret Discord channel, and more. You can do all of that by clicking this link in chat or in my bio on YouTube. Alright chat, enough capitalist messaging. I am going to take that quick space break. Uh-oh. Space cops are coming after me. Alright, enjoy this space intermission. I'll be right back. All right, chat, I am back. Got plenty of stuff to talk about here, both in space and on Earth here in the final half of the show, so get your butts back in those seats, Space Fams. We about to get back on the trail, out the trail. About to get back out the trail and do our thing. Let's see. Alright, to start with, as usual, we are going to go to space. Or, well, we're going to try. Here's Reuters from 21 hours ago. Here is the company that's supposed to pick up the slack from NASA's, Boeing's failed mission to the ISS. Here's SpaceX's Falcon 9 now grounded after a failed landing attempt. This is Reuters from 21 hours ago. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. Good job, me. There we go. Exactly. We'll see you out the trail.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
The U.S. Federal Aviation Administration has grounded SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket, according to the agency on Wednesday. It follows a failure of a routine landing attempt during a Starlink mission, and this marks the second time the FAA has grounded SpaceX this year. It may also delay SpaceX's Polaris Dawn mission, which plans to send 4 private astronauts on the first commercial spacewalk. On Wednesday morning, the rocket successfully launched Starlink satellites into orbit from Florida, but when it attempted to land on a barge, the rocket fell into the ocean after a fiery touchdown.
2, 1.
Falcon 9 rockets are essential for launching satellites and people into space, so groundings are rare. The last time was July, when a second stage failure lost the batch of
Groundings are
Starlink
rare.
satellites.
Last
No
month.
satellites or people were in danger during Wednesday's flight, but the landing failure suggests a problem with the rocket that the FAA believes could pose a risk in future missions if not properly investigated.
Well, that does not bode well for the supposed saving of the astronauts up on the ISS right now. Seems like everybody's sort of failing very badly with millions and millions of dollars at a time. Not just Boeing, Elon's got to fail too. Everybody got to get in on it. We're doing weather updates in chat. I should set up the... should do the weather. We should set up some of those weather Nightbot responses. I know there's a way to do it really easily. Like back in the day on the Majority Report, when we had cuck weather, and we had dildo weather, and we had, what else did we have? We had, there's so many of them. I'm trying to remember now. Oh God. Somebody help me. I know people here watched and still watch the Majority Report. But we need them back. We do need them back. And I've tried to bring as many of those lost Majority Report Nightbot responses and commands to this channel, mostly for my own enjoyment, but also for chat's enjoyment. Couldn't forget you, chat. Space weather. We should have space weather as well. You're right. We could add space weather into this whole situation. That would really make things interesting, Bob. You've got a stellar idea, pal. You just sort of, what do you call it? You yes-anded my idea. You're like, yes, and space weather. And I'm like, oh my god. Right. It's phenomenal work from you. Alright, let's go to the United Kingdom. Enough space news for now. See what Keir Starmer had to say, as he and I think is this the new German PM? I think so. I honestly, hold on. I don't know who the new German Prime Minister is. How do I not know this? Oh right, Chancellor. Right, Germany had the Chancellor. Ah, it is Olaf Scholz. Okay, thank you. Okay. You begged Bradley to bring back Nightbot? I wish I could sign a petition to bring back Nightbot on MR. We can start a petition in the Discord. We'll start a galactic petition to bring back Nightbot. Be ratified in the Galactic UN officially, and then emailed, I guess. Although we had Bob. Bob can deliver it directly to Bradley, I guess. Alright, let's go. Let's go here, where Keir Starmer pledged to improve ties between the EU and the United Kingdom while meeting with Olaf Scholz of Germany. Bradley says he can't. He tried to resurrect it. Oh my god.
When it comes to the wider reset with Europe, I'm absolutely clear that we do want a reset. I've been able to repeat that here today. A reset with Europe, a reset with the EU. That does not mean reversing Brexit or re-entry.
That's very confusing, Keir. It's very, very confusing. Because how do you have a reset and not have Brexit? Because that's what was... I mean, when you talk about resetting, if you will, that's the thing that's, you know, causing any of these sorts of problems you're talking about. Resetting or situations being more complex as it relates to UK-EU relations.
The single market or the customs union, but it does mean a closer relationship on a number of fronts, including the economy, including defence, including exchanges. We will also deepen cooperation on shared social challenges.
Oh boy, this is so weird, because I feel like that's a lot of the stuff that they were kind of like, at least the Brexiteers were saying, oh, we need to stop being involved in EU affairs and having these institutions intertwined with European things or whatever. I can't do my what's his name? I can't think of his name now. God damn it, I just broke. I broke inside. Who's the dickhead UKIP guy? Now Reform leader. Oh my god. I can picture his stupid face in front of my, like, in my brain.
For example, on illegal immigration. Because we cannot smash the smuggler gangs who perpetrate this vile trade without the help of our partners. And I'm really glad that we had substantive discussions today about how we tackle the smuggling gangs and agreed to develop a joint action plan to tackle illegal migration. And finally, at the heart of this treaty, will be a new defence agreement. An agreement that builds
Okay, Keir.
upon our
Okay. Farage, Nigel Farage, thank you. That's the impression that I was trying to do badly just now. And then completely lost it because I couldn't think of his fucking name. Kid Stava. Alright, now let's go to this. This is the last on the meeting that Keir and Olaf had as Associated Press from 22 hours ago.
As today shows, Britain can advance its interests much more effectively when we stand with our friends and partners.
Really? Interesting. This that should be good.
Part of a wider reset, grounded in a new spirit of cooperation, with our shared understanding that this will be developed at pace and that we hope to have agreed it by the end of the year. A Britain reconnected.
Maybe they're gonna do a Brentrans vote. You know, a second referendum. You know, instead of Brexit, it'll be Bre-entrance.
Resetting our relationship, rediscovering our common interests, delivering for working people.
I am pleased about Keir Starmer's announcement that he will seek a new start in relations with the European Union. We want to take this outstretched hand. The UK has always been an indispensable part of solving the big issues that affect the whole of Europe. That has not changed since they left the EU. Okay. Yeah, no kidding. Never should have left. That whole referendum thing really did not work out super good. Seems like everybody wants backsies, but now it's been written into law. So we'll see what happens with that. Should be interesting. Big talk from Keir. We're going to reset without actually re-entering. Not sure how that works, but I'm sure there's some trick up his sleeve that I'm not aware of. Let's go here. One last story while we're in the UK. I figured we'd talk about this. Actually, how are we doing on time? No, we're fine. We're fine. We can do this. We got all of these stories, I think, in the bag. Make it through this. Alright, yes. Because we were talking about this story a number of weeks ago. The riots have now calmed down in the United Kingdom, but the aftermath is still ongoing. Here's Channel 4 news from a day ago showing police carrying out raids after those riots. Let's go here.
Early doors today, Cleveland Police Headquarters in Middlesbrough.
Some of these people potentially will try to escape.
Final brief as teams prep for arrest raids across Teesside.
I was a Silver Commander on for Sunday, the 4th of August. Never in 30 years seen any scenes like that within Middlesbrough. What the community had to put up for that day was totally unacceptable.
42 arrests during the violence of Sunday, August the 4th in central Middlesbrough. That's the highest on the day figure of anywhere during the recent English street violence. So early today, Operation Macadamia fanned out across the area. As of this morning, 96 arrests with 35 remanded in custody. Moments after this was filmed, that tally would grow.
You are under arrest without this order, alright? You don't have to say anything.
First address, and a man aged 23 taken on suspicion of violent disorder.
Illegal.
Next up, same address, and his mother aged 43, the 100th person arrested on Teesside.
Stop taking pictures of me!
Also on suspicion of violent disorder.
Stop taking pictures of me!
So 2 arrests on this raid, and it's only, what, a little after 8:30 in the morning, and don't forget there are 7 other teams out there.
I mean, nobody could tell what you what you looked like. It's completely blurred out. I don't know what she's worrying about, but okay. But now we know that she wears that puffy jacket. Oh no. But yeah, a bunch of people have now been arrested over this. All right. Now, let's go to France real quickly. We talked about the arrest of, oh, what's his name now? Oh, God. I can't remember his name. Oh. Pavel Durov. Telegram founder Pavel Durov was arrested in France. Charges have now been brought, at least preliminary charges, by French authorities. Let's go here to France 24 from 18 hours ago to start off our discussion about this.
Telegram founder Pavel Durov has been put under formal investigation and released under judicial supervision over allegations his messaging service is being used for illegal activities. Allegations include that the platform is being used for child sexual abuse material, drug trafficking, fraud, and abetting organised crime transactions. Earlier this week, President Emmanuel Macron denied political motivations were at play.
It is up to the judiciary and full independence to enforce the law. The arrest of the president of Telegram on French soil took place as part of an ongoing judicial investigation. It is in no way a political decision. It is up to the judges to rule on the matter.
But the Kremlin claims otherwise, saying Durov's detention caused shock throughout the world.
But it seems to me that, well, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the whole world experienced a greater shock than ever before from the actions of representatives of the collective.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I am not shocked. I'm shocked by the information and the allegations. Not shocked that somebody would be arrested for that. If they're true, seems perfectly above board. Now this is all like I was saying at the beginning of this, preliminary, and I don't have a great handle on this situation at this time. Trying to get a handle on it and understand it more. This will probably help us at least a little bit as to who exactly Pavel Durov is. It's Guardian News from 12 hours ago. Who is the Russian billionaire founder of Telegram? Okay, Guardian. Answer the question for us, please.
It doesn't matter.
So all that other stuff that you said. So it clearly has sort of some good and some bad about it. Now, if the rest of this stuff is true, well, that's obviously a problem. And I guess we'll see. God, I just rolled 2 of the same. We have both of those. Okay, now I'm probably not going to be able to give you this support character till tomorrow, but you got one on deck. Just know that. It's basically X plus a Discord. Okay, I see what you're saying. It does seem to have that kind of a vibe. Sort of cozy, something of a quasi-cozy space, cozy web space, if you will. Like the subweb type of vibes. All right. Now, while we're in France, let's talk about the Paralympics as they opened just yesterday. Let's watch some of the opening ceremony. Here's France 24 English.
Even before the opening ceremony of the Paralympics began, the celebration had already begun, as those carrying the Olympic flame converged in Paris, among them disabled athletes and their supporters.
This moment means a lot to me. These are values that I want to defend, and so I was really proud to carry this Paralympic flame.
As with the Olympics, the opening ceremony of the Paralympics happened outdoors in the heart of Paris, but this time under clear weather, complete with the flyover of jets painting the sky red, white, and blue. At Place de la Concorde, which will host events of the Paralympics, dancers jumped on pianos, and the French pop group Christine and the Queens performed. The Parade of Nations happened down the Champs-Élysées, with the Arc de Triomphe looming in the background. Athletes and fans have once again come to Paris, filled with the Olympic spirit. Organizers say almost 2 million tickets have been sold.
Having an event like the Paralympics, it definitely highlights and puts, people's, what sometimes is perceived as a disability. It puts their abilities on stage, on the worldwide stage. And so it's nice to see people with differences, celebrated in such a broad way.
The ceremony culminated with the lighting of the Olympic cauldron, which had already become a point of interest since its debut at the Olympics. The flame will fly over the City of Lights until the Paralympic Games conclude on September 8th.
Okay. Paralympics off to a great start, it would seem. Let's just go to here from CBS News. 7 hours ago, Paralympic Games underway in Paris.
Right, the first medals of the Paralympic Games are being handed out in Paris.
The opening ceremony was last night. Nearly 24 medals are up for grabs today.
More on the Games, we're joined by Amanda Morris in Paris. She's a disability reporter for The Washington Post. And I have to say, Amanda, we are obsessed with murder ball. So we want to know, how is Team USA doing on that front, and what are some of the standouts?
Well, in some exciting news, the U.S. murder ball team won their first game today, and I'm expecting them to win many more games. It is such a fun sport. It's basically it's wheelchair rugby, so it's a bunch of players in wheelchairs smashing into each other. It's high contact, it's intense, and it's really fun to watch. So I'm excited about where that team will go. I'm hoping they'll win gold.
And Amanda, I'm wondering, who are you most excited to see this week?
So in addition to murder ball, I'm also really tracking the men's wheelchair basketball team. They're going for their third gold in a row, which would be history making. And they're pretty favored to win that gold medal. They're a pretty great team. I'm also watching some high performing female athletes. There's Jessica Long in swimming, Oksana Masters in paracycling, and Tatiana McFadden in track. And they all have a bunch of medals, like 20, 18, like so many different medals.
Okay. I just realized Paralympics. I get it. Okay, very funny. Very, very funny. Good emoji work. Well played. Yeah, I figured we would continue to give the Paralympics, I'm not going to be able to unhear that now, some attention, as we talked about the Olympics as they were going on too. But let's keep on going. Can't just hang out talking about the Paralympics all day. Alright, let's go to here. Murder ball, exactly. I mean, the Paralympics are fucking badass. If you have a sport called murder ball, it just, come on. How are you going to beat that? Alright, let's go to this. Euro news from 13 hours ago. I shouldn't be laughing, this isn't funny. Another deadly barrage of Russian airstrikes hits Ukraine. Sorry for the abrupt shift in tone. Paralympics, bombs.
Russia has continued its days-long missile and drone attack on Ukraine, but Ukrainian officials say air defences intercepted most of the aerial rockets. The Ukrainian Air Force says it stopped 2 missiles and 60 Shahed drones from reaching their targets on Thursday. Kyiv City Military Administration officials say they blocked more than 10 drones fired upon the capital city. Debris from destroyed drones fell in 3 city districts, causing minor damage to civilian infrastructure. No injuries.
When is this thing gonna end? When are they gonna actually do peace? It's out of control. It's going on way too long. Alright, now let's go to some other stuff here happening in Asia. Let's go to Bangladesh. If you recall, student protests there gained in a massive way. Huge amount of support. Eventually wound up causing the prime minister to resign and flee the country to India. A interim prime minister has been appointed, and things are sort of moving in a democratic direction in Bangladesh at this time. And while all this is going on, an investigation into hundreds of protesters who disappeared during these protests is now going on. Let's go to BBC News from a day ago to talk about that.
Now, what happened to hundreds of people who apparently disappeared in Bangladesh during the rule of the ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina? Well, Human Rights Watch claim that security forces were behind more than 600 disappearances during her 15-year rule, many of them being political rivals. Sheikh Hasina's government consistently denied any involvement, but now the new interim government in Bangladesh has set up a commission to investigate. Well, Akbar Hussain is the BBC's correspondent in Dhaka and told me more about the scale of the problem.
It was a serious problem when Sheikh Hasina was in power for last 16 years, and many human rights organizations, they say that more than 600 people are disappeared, they are still missing. So the new interim government headed by the Nobel laureate Professor Muhammad Yunus, they set up an independent commission, and this commission is comprised of former high court judges and human rights activists and university teachers, and they will trace and identify the missing people who fell victim of enforced disappearance during Sheikh Hasina's rule, and they will try to...
Okay. I think that nutshells it nicely for us. We have been covering the story long enough. I think we don't need the whole thing. That's pretty much all of the important information from that video. Now, let's go on to this, as the U.S. National Security Advisor made a trip to Beijing and met with President Xi Jinping to discuss U.S.-China relationship. Let's go to BBC News here from 17 hours ago.
All right, let me bring you some news that we've just received here in the newsroom. It's from China. President Xi Jinping is currently meeting the US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan at the Great Hall of the People in Beijing. Now, you may remember Mr. Sullivan is on the third and final day of talks with top Chinese officials. His trip to Beijing is seen as an effort to create more dialogue and reduce tensions between the two countries, with the White House wanting to avoid any miscommunication that could lead to conflict in the region. High stakes there. So on Wednesday, Mr. Sullivan met with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi to set up a call between Presidents Joe Biden and Xi Jinping. The White House said both sides welcomed ongoing efforts to maintain open lines of communication, including planning for a leader-level call in the coming weeks. On China's influence in the Indo-Pacific region, the White House said Mr. Sullivan underscored the importance of maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Well, here's our China correspondent, Laura Bicker.
To the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi. The two have met on 4 other occasions. This is the 5th time, and they do seem able to talk for a very long time. We're into our 3rd day, so we're expecting an update within the next couple of hours. But the last update we did get did mention some progress. First of all, you've just mentioned that there will be a call between President Biden and President Xi in the coming weeks. Now, what we are wondering is whether or not that will lay the groundwork for a final meeting between the two presidents before President Biden leaves office.
So yeah, I think that some of this has to do with Biden's legacy, but also, I mean, considering some of the developments happening in the South China Sea, Taiwan Strait, as that was mentioned as well, I think it's a combination visit, as well as the EV tariffs and everything else. I think, you know, the United States is trying to iron out a bunch of stuff here, while also keeping its relationship with China in order so that we can keep all of our manufacturing there. Let's go here. Too bad there's no liking for the algorithm on Twitch. Yeah, that is too bad. Okay, let's go here. This is from Reuters from 13 hours ago. Hong Kong court convicts former Stand News editor of sedition.
A Hong Kong court on Thursday found 2 editors at the now defunct Stand News media outlet guilty of sedition. This is the first sedition conviction against any journalist or editor since Hong Kong's handover from Britain to China in 1997. The case has received international scrutiny amid a security crackdown in the China-ruled city. The 2 editors, Chung Pui-kyun and Patrick Lam, who wasn't there for the verdict, could face a maximum jail term of 2 years. Stand News was once a leading online media platform in Hong Kong, featuring a mix of critical reportage and commentary. And critics of this case, including the US government, say the verdict reflects deteriorating media freedoms in the city. Stand News was raided by police in December 2021 and had its assets frozen, leading to its closure a few days later.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, nearly 30 years ago now, Hong Kong was given back to China. And over that time, laws. There was a transition of those laws from being strictly Hong Kong run to being a sort of, what do you call it, sort of an amalgamation of the two of them, both from the PRC and from Hong Kong government. And well, things have been coming full circle on this situation. All right, let's go here to Indonesia. This is Reuters from 8 hours ago. Indonesian app-based drivers strike in protest over low pay.
Motorcycle taxi drivers in Indonesia staged a strike on Thursday to protest low pay and called on the government to provide more protection against what they say are unfair practices by ride-sharing companies. Motorcycle taxis are ubiquitous across Indonesia, including in Jakarta, known for some of the world's worst traffic congestion. Drivers gathered outside a government building and the Jakarta offices of Indonesia's largest technology company, GoTo, and Southeast Asia's biggest ride-hailing and food delivery firm, Grab.
Jauh banget, Bang, dari pertama.
Driver Wandi, who gave
only
one name.
It's not just apps in the US. The gig economy is fucking up places all over. Okay, now let's go and talk the Middle East here. We got a bunch of stuff to do with the Middle East today. A lot to fucking talk about. Thankfully, we got each other. Let's go here. BBC News from 19 hours ago. At least 10 dead in huge Israeli military operation in the West Bank.
Illegal.
At least 9 people have died in the biggest Israeli military operation in the occupied West Bank for 20 years. Last month, the International Court of Justice ruled that Israel's continued occupation of the area, captured in 1967, breached international law. Violence has been increasing in the West Bank since the Hamas attacks of October the 7th, with the UN saying more than 650 Palestinians have been killed and that there's been violence against Israelis. This latest massive operation involved Israeli forces simultaneously entering the city.
It's hilarious. Violence against Israelis that are illegally occupying the land? Weird. Weird. People who are literally going in and taking people's houses, occupying their houses. We're concerned about the violence against them, BBC? That's what we're going to talk about too? Okay.
Of Jenin.
Totally, they just wanted to make sure that we all understand it's a completely equitable situation. Violence on both sides. It's all the same.
I don't want reality. Nablus and Tubas in what the defence forces called a counter-terrorism strike. From Jenin, Lucy Williamson sent this report.
It was a message of force, delivered quietly at first. Israeli soldiers seeking their targets, street by Palestinian street. By morning, hundreds of troops, backed by armoured bulldozers, had arrived in the refugee camps of Tulkarem, Nablus, Tubas, Jenin, home to armed Palestinian groups and unarmed civilians. At least 10 Palestinians have been killed. Hamas says 6 of them were its fighters. Masoud Najjar said he was injured when he opened the door of his house to young men asking for water.
We felt like something came down on us from the sky.
Wow. Pretending to need water and then attacking. Listen, man, in his own home. Just another disgusting display of cruelty from Israeli settlers in the West Bank. I'm just going to move away from this BBC piece. Let's go to here, channel 4, 10 hours ago. The UN calls for Israel to stop military operations in the West Bank.
Illegal. It is Israel's biggest military operation here in 20 years, a third front alongside those in Gaza and Lebanon. And by the looks of the bulldozers destroying streets and building defensive walls, it may not be over anytime soon. This was one of dozens of homes targeted by Israeli soldiers in the early hours of this morning. Khaled Giab says he and his wife only escaped the flames by breaking through their bathroom window. Hundreds of troops are involved, hunting down Palestinian militants and ignoring calls from the UN Secretary General to stop.
Yeah, and fact is they've been told to stop basically everything that they're doing in the West Bank. That's been declared outright that everything they're doing in the West Bank is illegal.
Checking under tarpaulins, where fighters can evade the cameras of Israeli surveillance drones. By flying through a hole in this damaged mosque, a drone managed to film it. The pictures on the walls are apparently those of dead Palestinian fighters. And
this is disgusting. I can't believe
Israelis say these.
I can't believe any of this is going on, still going on. I mean, for fuck's sakes, it's been almost a year. It's been almost a full calendar year of this. Are people just asleep? What's going on? I know you're not asleep, chat, but what the fuck is going on out there? Let's go here to Democracy Now! From 13 hours ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Shea.
We turn now from Gaza to the occupied West Bank, where Israel has launched its largest military operation in over 2 decades, raiding 4 cities and refugee camps in the north simultaneously, with hundreds of soldiers backed by armored vehicles, bulldozers, fighter jets and drones. At least 18 Palestinians have been killed and 30 wounded. On Wednesday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called on Israel to immediately end its military operation and strongly condemned the loss of lives, including that of children. Meanwhile, 3 leading Palestinian human rights groups issued a joint statement warning, quote, of even more escalated violence in the West Bank, with the employment of tactics that mirror those used in Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza, particularly attacks on hospitals and healthcare facilities, and the use of excessive and indiscriminate force.
In Jenin, Israeli forces have surrounded the city, blocking exit and entry points and access to hospitals and ripping up infrastructure in the Jenin refugee camp. Jenin's been the target of frequent raids by Israeli forces, but this latest military operation is the largest since the Second Intifada 2 decades ago, when Jenin witnessed some of the worst violence of that period after Israeli forces invaded it in 2002, laid siege to the refugee camp, killing dozens of civilians civilians, destroying hundreds of homes, leaving a quarter of the population homeless. We go now to Jenin, where we're joined by Ahmed Tabasi, artistic director at the Freedom Theater in the Jenin refugee camp. Welcome to Democracy Now! Ahmed, describe the scene in Jenin right now.
Thank you, Amy, for having me. I mean, the scene, it's the same again and again. But as I said before, the Israelis keeping surprising us, even the way they do the invasions. To be honest, I am calling my sisters around, some friends, and they are very scared. We, all of us, very scared. We know there is something different in this invasion. The way they start the invasion, the way they doing it now, it's really scary. People don't know what's gonna happen. It look like it's gonna be a bit more longer invasion than others. We are surprised of the number of the soldiers, the vehicles that keep coming to the city. The camp now having sometime electricity, sometime not. For sure, the internet is not there. We try to use the 3Gs and not totally always good. But yeah, it's a fear atmosphere where everybody is waiting. And you know, the scenes from Gaza, what happened to Gaza, the people in the camp are really afraid that's gonna happen to them, because it's obvious the Israelis punishing the people, punishing the civilians. In the camp, all camp is surrounded with the army, all the entrances are closed. They already bulldozed all the streets, all the alleyways in the camp, and even the bulldozing is really deep. That means no cars, no ambulances can go inside. Many people try to evacuate the camp, but for sure it's very dangerous, because if you are a man above 15 or 14, you could be shot if you are moving or you trying to sticking out from the camp. Only maybe kids or some women, if they are courage enough to leave, to know what's going on outside the house, to leave the camp, but no one allow is to move.
This is all happening in the West Bank. Not Gaza. This is the West Bank. The occupied West Bank. This is completely fucking insane. When is this going to stop? Who is going to raise, an actual objection? And really the fact is the United States has to be the ones. We have to be the ones to do it. Hold on.
Context of the ongoing assault on Gaza on the one hand, and also the situation that's been developing in the West Bank, both with the increasing violence over the last 10 months since the Israeli assault on Gaza, as well as the exponential increase in the number of Israeli settlements there.
Yes, I mean, also at the same time, I hope American language and American, let's say, journalism start using the definition in a right way. It is not violence, it's a genocide from the Israeli army against the Palestinian people. It's not a conflict, it's a genocide, a war, ethnic cleansing from the Israeli military to the Palestinian civilians. And yes, it's to be honest, from 100,000 of settlers to 850,000 in West Bank. West Bank is not anymore a West Bank. It's a little fragment from Palestinian communities living there, and all the connection, all the network, the street.
In the Middle East, the United
Whoa, what's happening?
Thanks. Secretary has
routine conversations with his Israeli counterpart. Was he or anybody at the department notified ahead of the operations in the West Bank over the last 24 hours?
Wait, hold on. Sorry, I somehow this skipped over the. Something weird just happened.
With his phone's flashlight, this father retraces his son's final hours. A paramedic and a volunteer for the Red Crescent, his son was, according to his father, shot during an Israeli raid in the West Bank.
They shot him, then they took him to the basement of the house and tied his hands with ropes. It was around 5 in the morning when the army withdrew. The neighbors came and saw blood. They followed it, found him tied up. May God rest his soul. He was martyred.
That raid was just one in a series, carried out as part of a large-scale operation starting overnight on Wednesday by Israel in the West Bank. The Israeli military announced that it had killed multiple Palestinian militants and suspects in an overnight raid on a mosque. For the Prime Minister's office, the mission sends a message.
What message is that?
There will be no safe place, no places of sanctuary, and no places where terrorists can feel safe.
But the UN Commission for Human...
He just means people when he says that. No safe place for people. No Palestinian safety at all. That's what he means when he says that. It's fucking disgusting. Okay. Now, you may be wondering to yourself why you see Bernie Sanders and Hassan Minhaj on the thumbnail of this video, because you haven't seen either of them this whole time. Well, that will be coming up shortly, as you will see. But we got a couple more videos to look at. Let's go to this. This was Pentagon spokesperson being pressed on being notified on Israel's operations in the West Bank.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
The stream stopped? Wait, what? It looks like it's still going. It looks like it's fine for me.
Secretary has
Hold on.
routine conversations with his Israeli counterpart.
The stream stopped. Why is this? It looks perfectly fine. It looks perfectly fine. I'm so confused. What is happening? The number, we only have 7 people watching right now. What's happening? What is happening? Why are people saying the stream crashed? It's back? It's back. Okay. Okay, it's back. Alright. Okay. We'll try and finish this out here, I guess. You had to close out completely and come back? I wonder what caused that. That's really weird. Really, really, really weird. Alright, yeah, here's Sabrina Singh answering questions about Israel's newest operations in the West Bank we were just talking about.
Thanks. Secretary has routine conversations with his Israeli counterpart. Was he or anybody at the department notified ahead of the operations in the West Bank over the last 24 hours?
To my knowledge, we were not notified about operations in the West Bank. We are
aware that, Israel or the IDF is conducting some type of operations there. We're trying to get a better understanding of what they're doing, but to my knowledge, we were not notified beforehand.
And then yesterday there was a meeting between Arab military attachés and counterparts here at the Pentagon. Can you say anything more? Was that just a routine meeting? Was it? Obviously, with the context, of everything, and the backdrop of everything going on in the region, it seems to have come at an interesting time.
Yeah, my understanding is this was a working level meeting that happens routinely. I wouldn't read too much into the timing. It's just something that does happen.
General Ryder said that the ship that was attacked by the Houthis recently.
The So Union?
Yes, the So Union appeared to be leaking. The EU said yesterday, and then today they came out and said it's not leaking. So can you tell us anything about why
It's a good question.
The Pentagon assesses it to be leaking and the EU not?
So there is, so what I will tell you is the tanker is carrying 1 million barrels of crude oil. Those barrels remain intact right now. The vessel itself is leaking some oil from where it was hit. There is still a fire going on, or multiple fires still burning on the ship itself. Those fires have not been able to have been put out by anyone because the Houthis are threatening to attack, any type of salvage recovery mission right now. So those fires have the potential to spread, which has the potential to get to those oil barrels, which will.
Okay. Well, apparently the United States government had no forewarning about Israel's illegal, deadly, new operation, multi-day operation in the West Bank. And that tanker is still on fire in the middle of the Red Sea. Okay. We are getting very, very close. Very, very close to the end. She said, to my knowledge. Sabrina says, to my knowledge, all the time. She's always using that as sort of a crutch to avoid, answering questions in a completely honest way. I feel like it's just my assessment. That might not be fair.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Alright, this is basically our penultimate video of the evening. Great job to everyone for having gotten this far. This is the AP archive from 6 hours ago. Thousands demonstrate in Israel, demanding that the government reach a deal to release the hostages.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Damn, that's a lot of people. Are you seeing some of these signs? You see this one? Biden only... Hold on. That flag's in the way. Can't really see it. Biden. Only you can save them. Even the Israeli citizens know that Netanyahu's not going to stop without the United States. Good fucking God. How can they continue this narrative? It's insane. It's insane that they keep saying, oh, it's on Hamas now. Oh, boy. We live in a nonsense world.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Okay. We're at the last video. Let's go to this. This is from Hassan Minaj's YouTube channel from 14 hours ago. That's right, this was earlier on Thursday. I think this came out sometime around noon. And he had on a senator from Vermont by the name of Bernard Sanders. Let's go here and see how this went. Spoiler alert. It did not go as well as I would have liked.
You have been ahead of the curve on so many of these issues for so long. Increasing the minimum wage, free tuition, LGBTQ rights. You've been talking about universal health care since Star Wars A New Hope was in theaters in 1978. Essentially, what you've been doing for the past 40 years is just doing what I do with my kids. Put on your shoes. Hey, put your shoes on. Stop. Put your shoes on. Put your shoes on. Please, for the love of God, put your shoes on.
The healthcare is a right of all of the people.
That healthcare is a right of all people. Healthcare is a right of all people. Healthcare is a right of all people. Healthcare is a right of all people.
You've been saying put your shoes on for the past 40 years. Senator Sanders, do you ever feel like blowing your brains out?
Occasionally.
Because my daughter is in the first grade. She hasn't even gotten to the first grade. And
Sounds like you feel like blowing your brains out.
Daily, Senator Sanders.
Oh, don't do this. It's not the solution. Look.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Bernie Sanders. Yeah.
There's almost as many people that will be here as there were last night.
Senator Sanders, do you need a little...
Jane, how's my hair?
Jane?
How's my hair? How's my hair? Well, it's looking good. Oh, that hair's looking real good.
This is true love. This is real love.
All 30 of them.
This is real love. Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I want to start by exposing a secret about you. I know this is going to be a little intense. How tall are you?
6 feet. Television makes you short and fat. No matter how I sit, I look fatter than I am.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not that fat.
Me too. It's exactly right. The camera adds 20 pounds. I'm much taller and skinnier than I look here on the stream.
You're not
but
fat.
I am 6 feet.
I'm not fat shaming you. But there is this notion that you're a short king, but you are a tall comrade.
Now that we've gotten through the important stuff.
All right.
Let's get to it.
Let's get to the real stuff.
Yeah.
As someone who has covered the DNC for a long time, I've been there. It's felt electric in a way that I haven't felt in a long time. But I'm also seeing Democratic Party leadership and solidarity like I've never seen before. There's no sneak dissing, there is no disorder, there's no infighting. Progressives and neoliberals arm in arm. Senator Sanders, we had yourself, AOC, and JB Pritzker, a billionaire, all on stage together. So my question to you is, are we witnessing the rise of a more unified Democratic Party, or is this a Donald J. Trump is an existential threat?
By the way, since you're here right now in this wee hour, I'm going to give you some stream lore, some galactic stream lore. You know what the most real thing on stream, aside from the things that we are actually watching, is that you see on stream every day? It's me. This is actually a picture of me, the guy talking, GalacticStreamLord. I took a selfie of myself wearing a helmet. My helmet, a helmet that I made with my own hands. And this is me. You see me every day. It's real. The realest thing.
Well, it depends. I don't know that we know the answer to that. What I think we do know, which is clear, is that Donald Trump is the most dangerous candidate in perhaps the history of this country. And it's not only because of his terrible positions on all of the issues that
I'm sure your listeners and viewers are familiar with, he is an authoritarian personality and will move this country in an authoritarian direction, the likes of which, I think it's hard to appreciate. So he's extremely dangerous. And I think what that reality has done is brought a whole lot of people to say, hey, you know what? We got to defeat this guy. We have to elect Kamala and Tim to the administration, and we go from there.
Are progressives and liberals, in your opinion, because of this existential threat, finally learning how to work together? Because things were
that's
different.
it's a complicated question. I think what you have is the
complicated.
idea of coalition politics is something that we're not familiar with in the United States. It exists in Europe all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
It did recently in France, as you may be familiar with.
Right.
There was a threat of a right-wing movement, Le Pen, similar to.
Yeah, France has a bunch of parties. They all got together and made some shit happen. In the United States, it really is just a two-party system. The Green Party barely exists. I mean, of course, the Libertarians aren't part of the left coalition, or like a theoretical left coalition. DSA, but I mean, come on. How many candidates do they have in office? But you look in places like Canada, the United Kingdom, France, they have actual other third parties. Third, fourth, and fifth, sixth parties. And we do not. We need help. Democratically.
And the left, including moderates and center-left and further left people, came together and said, we can't allow this to happen in France. So right now we are united in an honest way to defeat Donald Trump. But do not minimize the differences that exist between progressives and corporate Democrats.
In your speech at the convention, you said that you wanted a ceasefire in Gaza.
We must end this horrific war in Gaza, bring home the hostages, and demand an immediate ceasefire.
Huge applause break moment in the United Center. It was pretty amazing. Everyone cheered. It really was a moment. But I want to talk about that word ceasefire. It means something very different for different people. The meaning of that word seems to be changing in real time. Senator Sanders, what is your definition of the word ceasefire?
If you allow me, back it up a little.
Aw, hey, thanks for that. A lot, AC. Shouted me out in Feldo's stream with a super chat while he has 3,000 people watching. He always has a ton of people watching. Way more than the Galactic News Network. Everybody go bomb Feldo's chat with the Galactic. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. I'm sure that will cause more problems than it solves. Hold on. Let me go back. I was too busy reading that lovely chat.
It means something very different for different people. The meaning of that word seems to be changing in real time. Senator Sanders, what is your definition of the word ceasefire?
If you allow me, let me back it up a little bit.
Sure,
I'll
please.
get there. Okay.
And it's just walking us through.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go through with what happened. On October 7th, Hamas, which is a terrorist organization,
oh my God,
invaded Israel and killed 1,200 innocent men, women, and children.
This is where things go a little bit off the rails for me in this. The first 5 minutes, great. And then he starts doing a historical on October 7th that all of us have heard 10,076 times.
Took 200 hostages. They are a terrorist organization. Bad news, guys. Israel responded as any government would respond to an attack like that. Israel had the right to defend itself. But what has happened since then is, rather than just go after Hamas, a terrorist organization, what Israel, under an extreme right-wing government led by Benjamin Netanyahu, who has in his cabinet people to the right of him who are out-and-out anti-Palestinian racist. No ifs, buts, and matters. These are racist. So this is the cabinet. What they have done is say, hey, we're not just going to go after Hamas. We're going to go after the Palestinian people. Mm-hmm. And the carnage has been horrific. And we are looking at the worst humanitarian disaster, one of the worst in modern history. And I've been on the floor talking about this a whole lot. So it's not just 30,000, they got a population there in Gaza, 2.2 million, 30.
I feel like he's underestimating a bunch of stuff as he goes here, but at least he's going through the whole thing. Don't want to put Bob in a difficult position, but maybe after the stream is done, he'll shout us. Maybe he would. That'd be super sweet. Fingers crossed. I don't know if Bob's listening right now, but that would be dope if you know. I know that he mods over there at the Feldo stream. Somehow Republicans are shouting about how they'll execute women who get abortions and gays busted by vice squads and all trans people, and somehow it's got no media airtime whatsoever. Doesn't the Galactic News Network count as anything? I feel like we talk about this. I feel like we talk about the insanity.
Mostly women, children, and the elderly. Over 80,000 injured, mostly women, children, and the elderly.
Yes.
You got 1.8 million people. 3/4 of the population displaced. You got it? Taken out of your home.
Yeah.
Oh, and then you moved again, and then you moved again. And it's a young population, a lot of children. Okay? You got 65% of the housing damaged or destroyed. Got that? Right. So we don't know where these people can go back to.
Here's the thing.
There are 12 universities.
This is like I was saying. At that 5-minute mark, things kind of start going off the rails when they're talking about Gaza here. And you know, it feels like he's overcompensating in this part for some reason. I think it's partly because of the way he started it off. I think he knows it's not a super great recounting of everything, and you know, I just feel, you know, he's sort of like yelling it, like, "Oh, you like, don't you know this?" And it's like, yeah, Hassan's the one who asked the question about all this, and you're kind of telling it from this weird sort of almost confrontational, sort of oppositional side, where I don't think that's really what he was saying. I've got 25 viewers versus 250 million, like major news. They don't get 250 million. They do get a lot, though. They get more than us.
In Gaza, guess what? Every single one of them has been bombed. They had a fairly decent healthcare system, systematically destroyed. Very few functioning hospitals right now. You got no.
Honestly, though, I feel like YouTube channels do better. Like YouTube, like political streamers, at least some, like the big ones, like do better than like the major news networks sometimes for certain things. Right? You know, like if you looked at some of the views out there on both sides, whether it's like the majority reporter like Megyn Kelly on the Republican side during debates or whatever else, I mean they're certainly at least competing very strongly with the fake news media.
Illegal electricity in Gaza right now. And then as a result of Israel's efforts to deny humanitarian aid, to block humanitarian aid, you're now looking at the possibility of mass starvation, and children right now are malnourished. And when you're a child malnourished, that's permanent. I mean, you may not necessarily die. It'll impact your intellectual development and emotional development. So you got a horror show. Now, what bothers me, I would hope that bothers anybody.
Of course.
But what is even worse is a lot of this is being done with U.S. taxpayer dollars. So what I have insisted on from day one, and one of the few, is to say, you know what? Not another nickel to Netanyahu's extremist government to continue the war against the Palestinian people.
Our new position must be simple and straightforward. Not another nickel for the Netanyahu government if their present policies continue.
As we speak, there's more military aid going to Netanyahu, and I'm going to do my best to block it. Do I think we'll win? No. But there is a provision that you have to block that kind of military aid, and I will do my best to block it.
As I read and internalize the news, they're giving me these updates on the negotiations, and it feels almost like the iTunes user agreement, where it's, we all want a ceasefire, but ceasefire if, ceasefire but. Help me understand that.
Well,
Is
I
it
can't.
conditional or
I mean, look, you're asking a very fair question.
Okay.
And it's just not, I have not been involved day-to-day ceasefires. So it's a good question. don't know the answer. All that I do know.
Can you help me frame this?
Well, sure. I mean, look, if you're Hamas, right? What do you want? If you want a ceasefire, which I suspect they may want it, you want to protect your interests as best you can.
They said they
Israel,
do.
You want to minimize or diminish Hamas to the degree you can. So
Hamas has said multiple times that they want a ceasefire. They've agreed to multiple ceasefire agreements that Israel turned down. We know this. We know this to be a fact, Chad.
As best you can. If you're Israel, you want to minimize or diminish Hamas to the degree you can. So I suspect within that framework, that's what these discussions are about.
Do you feel the U.S. has a role as a neutral broker between these two sides?
U.S. is not a neutral broker. U.S. is significantly supporting the Netanyahu government.
Okay.
Not neutral, but I think, and what we focus,
we have
rightfully so, on Gaza. But I hope everybody understands there's another part. There's the West Bank, where you're seeing unprecedented vigilantism against Palestinian landowners and homeowners.
It's not just vigilantism.
So the role that the United States...
We just got done watching the West Bank being attacked by the IDF. They weren't vigilantes. They were troops on tanks. And this interview was done yesterday. So I feel like, and the West Bank attack has been going on for 2 days, and the fact is for months, it hasn't just been vigilantism. It's not just yesterday or that it started, right? We've seen numerous attacks, missile and rocket attacks on the West Bank by the IDF. So yeah, no, it's not just the settlers. I mean, sure, the settlers are causing problems, obviously, violence. They're taking property, they're killing people, but it's not just them.
Play is Israel has been dependent on U.S. financial support and military support for a long time. And what we have got to say to them, if you want another nickel, sorry, this is the way it's going to be. At the very least, there's going to be a Palestinian state. Palestinian people need their own political and economic entity. We are not going to be providing you any more weapons so long as you are going to war against the Palestinian people.
You're obviously in the Senate. Let's talk about the House. Back in April, there was a bill to approve billions in military aid for Israel that went through Congress. Out of the roughly 200 House Democrats, only 37 voted against military aid. So just so folks understand kind of the way the voting works, over 80% of House Democrats
and virtually all Republicans, I would imagine.
Correct?
Yeah.
We're good on sending aid. Okay. Yesterday, I was at the United Center. You say the word ceasefire, incredible applause break. So what I'm hearing at the convention is from the Democratic Party is yay ceasefire.
Yep.
And simultaneously from 80% of those members of Congress, I'm also hearing yay weapons.
Exactly right.
Is, thousands of people. It's a small number of people.
Right.
If you do polling today, I think if you ask a simple question and you say, do you think your taxpayer, American taxpayer dollars, should go to support the Netanyahu government and the continuation of the war? I suspect a pretty strong majority of Americans would say, no, I don't. And among Democrats, the numbers would be very high. So if your question is Congress, I think your question is, reflecting where the American people are at?
Correct.
The answer is no, they're not.
Yeah,
Why
exactly.
Is that?
Well, it is the same answer that I would give you if you ask me, gee, how come every other major country on earth has healthcare as a human right and we don't? And polls show that the majority of the American people want healthcare as a human right. How come we don't tax billionaires at a higher rate when the American people think we should? And the answer to all of those questions is the same. And I tried to talk about that a little bit last night. It is the role of money in politics. So right now, both major political parties, Democrats and Republicans, are funded very heavily by the wealthiest people in this country. And if you were a billionaire and you wanted to start a super PAC, you could put hundreds of millions of dollars into campaigns to defeat people who opposed you and to support your friends who will support your agenda.
2 out of those 37 House members that voted against the weapons bill were Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush.
That's right.
They recently lost their primaries. Why did they lose their primaries?
Well, that's good. And they lost their primaries because a super PAC, AIPAC, put an unprecedented amount of money. I was involved in both of their campaigns. Jamal's more than Corey's, but we helped Corey raise money. And the reason is the billionaire class does not want strong opposition to the billionaire agenda. And in Jamal, you had somebody who was strongly opposed to it. And it's not just on Israel, where his views were not probably dissimilar to mine or Corey's, but on other issues as well. So what you got, and let me repeat this because it's not talked about enough. Yeah, do we have a democracy? Yes, you can go out and vote. That's great. And please, everybody, go out and vote. But what most of you cannot do is put hundreds of millions of dollars into a super PAC.
Nope, can't do it.
Candidates you want or defeat candidates you don't like. So there's a super PAC out there. They went after Jamal in an unprecedented way, defeated him. Went after Corey, defeated her. And that is the power of money in politics. And that is why it is absolutely imperative that we get rid of this disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United and move to...
Yeah, and he's totally right about this. I mean, we need to get money out of politics. I mean, he's been saying it for a very long time, and couldn't be more true now than it has ever been, at least in modern history.
Funding of elections. Right. This is just money. Look, it is not complicated. If you are, this gentleman over here, probably not, you're a billionaire, and you didn't like Bernie Sanders, or you don't like Cory Bush, you don't like Jamal Bowman, you can start a super PAC, Friends of America, call it whatever you want. You could take out a check, put $500 million into that check, get a few of your friends to contribute, and you go after them, put ads on TV. That's legal. That's what Citizens United allows us to do. Nothing conspiratorial about it. That is the reality of American politics. That's going on in both political parties. Check out the amount of money.
Yeah, and I've said this multiple times on the stream that we need to revisit and get rid of Citizens United. It has absolutely destroyed our democracy.
Billionaires are now contributing both to the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. And that will answer your question, I think, not only about the war in Gaza, it's why we don't have health care as a human right, why we have massive income and wealth inequality, why we have a corrupt tax system, why we are not able to send our kids to college and make it affordable, et cetera, et cetera. It's money. Money talks.
I want to talk about your career in politics. You have been propping open the Overton window for the past 40 years. And 8 years ago, a bunch of my friends were just hunched over a laptop on Reddit, vaping, on their phones, just going, you know what? This guy makes a lot of sense. Does it ever get exhausting seeing how slow it takes for the electorate to eventually catch up to ideas that feel so basic?
They feel basic, but there's an idea that I think people don't comprehend, is that the people on top have enormous power. Just think, I'm a little bit older than you. Okay. So when I was a kid, people of your color, I couldn't drink at a water fountain in Mississippi, okay? Go to segregated schools, etc. It took God knows how long for people to stand up and fight against segregation and racism. It took a very long time. People died in the struggle, okay? And sheriffs going out there and they shot people and they lynched people. There's a movie on Emmett Till and so forth.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's photos of you marching in the Civil Rights Movement. Yeah.
My point is, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but in the real world, when you take on people with power, they don't fold up and they don't say, Hassan, you made a good point. Hey, we're going to provide health care to all people. Geez, why didn't I think of that? Smart guy. Doesn't
I don't want reality.
These people have power and they have money and they're extremely greedy.
You're telling me a witty, top pinned comment can't take down the billionaire class?
Well, it takes, you have to think that one through. Taking down the billionaire class ain't easy. They own the media, all right? They have enormous power in both political parties. They are very, very powerful people. So that you don't win and change the world overnight Well, I'm sorry, that's the bad news. It doesn't happen. It didn't happen in the civil rights movement. You know, women, I mean, I can remember, it wasn't so many years ago. This is true. I mean, this is how quickly your generation may not know this. But not so many, a few decades ago, in the United States Senate, 100 people, there were 2 women, 98 men, 2 women. The idea of somebody like Kamala Harris running for president, a woman, a black woman, people literally would have said to you, absolutely crazy. That ain't never gonna happen in 100 years, right? All right? My point is, change happens. We have got to make that change happen faster. But anyone who thinks it happens overnight, it doesn't. You have friends, I suspect, who are gay, right? 30, 40 years ago, people didn't talk about being gay. Now you have a Secretary of Transportation who is gay. You've got governors who are gay.
Right.
All right, that didn't happen by accident. People fought and struggled.
Senator Sanders, unfortunately, this position has been framed in, I believe at times you've been framed in the media as this kind of radical person.
Good point.
But I want to talk about your Guardian article, because what you did is you conducted your own research and you showed that these progressive policies are actually super popular, 10 toes on the ground. This is not a Twitter position. This is not an Instagram stories position. Real IRL Americans care about these issues. How much of a gap do you think is there between your platform in 2020, these issues that we talk about that we feel are common sense, and the Harris-Walz platform of 2024?
Well, they don't have a platform yet. They're working on it. You know, in fairness, and it's an important point to make, she has been a candidate now for all of a month.
Right.
Can you imagine what fell on her shoulders? I mean, having to organize the campaign. She got a lot of folks from Biden's campaign, but you know, to organize that, to plan out the rallies that you have to do, to plan out the convention that is now taking place, to select a vice presidential candidate, to work on policy stuff. I mean, that is a lot to do in a month, and I think she's been doing a very good job. What I will say, and I want to pick up on the point you made and amplify it.
About the Guardian article.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, what we did.
Please do, because I ran out of free articles, so I didn't get to read all of it. I stopped halfway through.
What we did is we said, look, I'm called a far left guy, right? Trump has decided that Kamala Harris is a communist. I mean, totally insane. So we asked the American people a lot of simple questions about some of the major issues facing this country, Republicans, Democrats, Independents. So we said, do you think that the wealthy and large corporations should pay more in taxes? Shock of all shocks, over 70% of the American people said yes, including a majority of Republicans. Should we be surprised? No.
No.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
Question, should we raise Social Security benefits by lifting the cap on taxable income and extend life by 75 years? In other words, asking the wealthy to contribute more into Social Security. Over 70% of the people said yes. Should we raise the minimum wage to a living wage? American people overwhelmingly said yes. Should we expand Medicare? Right now, Medicare is a good program. It doesn't cover dental, hearing, and vision. Should we expand it? Over 70%. In all these instances, a majority of Republicans. So your question, I think, is, if the American people feel that way, why, A, haven't we done it? Why aren't people?
Yeah, why haven't they been implemented?
And the answer, the answer gets back to what I said a moment ago. It's money. The insurance companies don't like.
It is money. And the thing is, on some of these things he's talking about, we have been making incremental progress on. Like he's saying, it's not overnight. It requires people in the streets. It requires people organizing, informing themselves, and doing everything they can to make these things a reality. And, you know, hopefully if we continue to press on the things that we find to be the most important, those things that, you know, are often agreed upon by the entire, well, not the entire American people, but by the majority of the American people, maybe we'll actually eventually get them done. Fact is, I think a lot of us are impatient, and I don't blame us because of just how fucked everything is. And do we have time to play, you know, incrementalism over how much time do we have to do such a thing? Especially when we talk about things like environmental policies. But we have to do whatever we can, you know, and hopefully at least talking about this here on the stream is helping in some sort of tiny way. I don't know.
Idea. The rich don't like the idea of paying more in taxes. The insurance companies don't like the idea of expanding Medicare.
Is there a realistic path for my generation to remove money from politics? Is this something?
Goddamn right there is.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'm
I mean, what
38.
you got to do.
Hopefully I have a long way to go.
All right. The answer is, of course, there is. This money has always played a role in politics, but it was greatly accentuated by this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. So we need legislation to get rid of Citizens United and to move to public funding of elections. If you do that, there will no more be super PACs. Billionaires will not be able to play the role they're playing right now. And again, not a radical idea. Mm-hmm. This exists in many other countries around the world.
I hope we do change it, and I hope we do move money from politics, because we still don't have Medicare for all. Minimum wage is still at $7.15, which is crazy. When
Federally.
I worked at Safeway in 2003 in Davis, California,
still the same.
I think I was $7.25.
Yep.
And we are still paying other countries to bomb civilians.
Yep.
I want to ask you about your legacy and what you represent in American politics. Do you ever feel like you failed because these things haven't happened? No. Or do you feel like a success because these things are now part of the regular conversation?
Well, I'm sure you're familiar with people like Pramila Jayapal and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Maxwell Frost and many others. Look, what is, again, an untold story in the Congress right now, and I just saw Pramila this morning, actually, is there are almost 100 members of the Progressive Caucus, and a significant number of them are young, often women, people of color. That's a revolution. Never, ever, ever have you had more progressives who are fighting to transform this country in profound ways. Never before have there been that many in the House of Representatives. That isn't true in the Senate. We don't have that in the Senate. But in the House, that exists. And I'm proud that my two campaigns have gotten a lot of people to say, you know what, I think I can run. What Bernie is saying makes sense to me. That's an agenda that I think I'm going to run for office. Not only for
Congress. And how powerful is that?
Oh, my goodness.
How much can Congress change the fate of the country and the way money is moved through the country?
They can pass legislation which gets money out of politics. That's what I'm saying. You can pass legislation. Super PACs are not biblical. They're not inherent. You can get rid of them tomorrow if you had the legislation to do it, and that's what we've got to do.
I have so many friends that were Bernie or bust. And when you didn't win in 2016 or 2020, they bust. They checked out of politics, and then they hard pivoted into Bitcoins.
Wow, really?
Then they pivoted.
I fucking love that reaction from Bernie. Wow, really? Bitcoin, you say? Okay, chat. That's gonna do it for me. Well, made it through another one, chat. It was a difficult journey, but thankfully we had one another. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Technoabak, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped contribute to the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few United States dollars a month on Patreon. Your space benefits, wait. Alright, we're going to do a super short after stream here tonight. Since it is incredibly late and we've been going for over 5 hours, I am going to actually, as we start this Galactic after stream, I am going to raid on Twitch. So if you're on Twitch, you got to come over to YouTube to after stream tonight. That's a lot of ones. We're gonna get right to that after stream. 1 second. Blam. Okay, and like I was saying, we're gonna raid here on Twitch. Another streamer. Let's see. Yeah. It's a streamer people may be familiar with by the name of Lance at the Serves TV. Oh wait, I thought it said, oh, it said he's live. It's a lie. He's not live. That was a bold-faced lie. Hold on, I have to refresh. It's probably because I probably started my stream while the leftist mafia was still going. Maybe we'll just keep Twitch going through the after stream. Let me see, who's actually live? I was trying to get in while Surfs were still alive. Say what's up to them. But, oh, I see. It's 4 in the morning, and now everybody is done streaming, and I take it back. I take it all back. Feel free to still stay on Twitch. Do all the Twitch stuff that you would do. Yeah, no, I know. Hey, I'm sorry. I know Lance was live 7 hours ago. It looked like he was doing some sort of a crazy impromptu middle of the night stream because my browser hadn't reloaded.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Is it just me, or is the stream running perfectly fine now? You know, it really, it just randomly chooses to be a dick to me, I'm pretty sure.
But The GalacticStreamLord is in the building. Dog, how are you doing? I'll give a quick shout out. You're just playing, just chatting? What were the, what would you say were one of the biggest topics that you guys covered for today's stream? Or most interesting ones?
Get a drink, have a good time now.
Guys, what else?